Guten Abend und damit herzlich willkommen zum BlizzCon 2021.
feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it all the time, even in my sleep.
Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad, te llegas a enamorar bastantísimo.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
You can come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
Well, I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister. That connection between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows us to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Black Hand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I was able to hit gold in competitive in Overwatch.
I had someone say, oh, I can't lose to a girl. And I beat that guy.
So I was able to slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
当我夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, and I looked to video games as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
There's no way.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Welcome to BlizzCon Line, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings. Or in high school when you first played a Diablo game. Or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives. and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain. Games are coming home, familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance. Or my favorite faction, the Horde. I get confused. Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why BlizzConline is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Blackwatch, Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary and of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how. We also have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it. So, it's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching closely to see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands. StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 esports are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And qualifiers are already underway for the first online stop of the 2021 Hearthstone Masters Tour, with the first event taking place next month. But before we get too far ahead, let's take a look one last time. Twin times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales had finally eclipsed cassette tapes. Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind it and make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs. I personally was a master of config sys and autoexec bat. So many simple things in simple times. If only we could relive them.
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo! What a collection! Now we're talking. What a play! Crank up the volume! Unbelievable! Whoa!
The Blizzard Arcade Collection, featuring the Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. These are ports of the games just as you remember them, allowing you to relive the original experience of all three titles in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today. Now, you ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's next for World of Warcraft.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it, because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant pride. Kyrian, take flight. Night Bay, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vinthir, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon, and the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad in his floating citadel of Naxxramas. In Shadowlands, we helped our Covenant recover from the Anima drought, brought on by Sire Denathrius, master of the Vinthir and traitor to the pantheon of death. We survived the halls of Torghast and crafted legendary gear in our efforts to expel Denathrius from his castle lair. But innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the Maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the Maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe. And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Look around you!
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king, held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me. Just as you once sought to bind your own brother.
vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
That is so intense. I know you probably have a lot of questions about what you just saw and what it means for the next stage of your Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. Please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are. The first pet is Bananas, literally. He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade era, so we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth. She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck when you need a hug. Your donations during this campaign will go to support the medical humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders, also known by their French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF. They're an amazing group doing important work around the world. We're grateful to have such a generous community, and we hope you'll help support this worthy cause. We'll be sharing the details about the charity pet program on the World of Warcraft website soon. So we've talked quite a bit about Shadowlands. Classic players, now it's your turn. It's my pleasure to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
Hi, everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow. I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a Night Elf hunter and be like that famous Dark Elf ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was, and still is, a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team to bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans and a whole new generation of players. As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like drive-by buffing or making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge, all the way to the absolutely staggering, like when I jumped blindly through the Dark Portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula, heard this terrifying noise, and then saw the Fell Reaver. Biggest roamer I had ever seen, and I was very glad I had feigned death in that moment. And that's the thing about WoW. These stories and experiences we all share keep us coming back time after time. With that said, I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
You dare enter my realm. Your foolishness has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Death to the outsiders!
I'll turn your world upside down.
You are not prepared.
Brings back so many memories, right? Like exploring the fungal forests of Zanger Marsh, or being awestruck at the chaotic magic alive in Netherstorm, the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon. I love playing them both. Do you choose to enlist the Aldor or the Scryers in your quest to fight the Legion? And of course, we can't forget gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had when you faced the Fel Reaver for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Felhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community. Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters. Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever? Whatever you decide, you can do it all with your one WoW subscription. Now, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you... Now, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you are prepared. And now we're going to hear what's coming up in Hearthstone.
Greetings. We're truly excited to share with you everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix. We added our first new class, the Demon Hunter, and ventured into the ruthless Outlands. Then, we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual-class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third expansion of the year, we brought you Hearthstone's biggest update ever, alongside the menacing old gods in Madness at the Dark Moon Fair. We launched a brand new game mode, Duels, that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day. We also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made a significant overhaul to the rewards and progression within the game. Now, it's time to say farewell to the Year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year. Welcome to the Year of the Griffin. Over the last couple of years, we've made big changes to Hearthstone. Throughout the Year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always excited to log in. First up, we'll be giving the standard format its biggest shakeup ever, with the launch of the Core Set later this year. The Core Set replaces the old Basic and Classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years, as well as 29 awesome brand new cards. And the best thing about the Core Set is that it's entirely free. So, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone. Here are 3 of Hearthstone's legendary dragons, reimagined
to feel more up-to-date and competitive for modern-day Hearthstone. Ysera the Dreamer. You'll finally receive her full arsenal of dream cards right away. She's a nightmare for your opponents. Malygos the Spellweaver. He'll fill your hand with spells and is a powerful late-game play, worthy of the aspect of magic. And finally, everyone's favorite Black Dragon, Deathwing. He's still as destructive as ever, but timed correctly, he won't leave you empty-handed. We'll also be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards. So, if you want to relive the old school experience, then Classic is the place for you. With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the Year of the Griffin.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure. But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. Strength and honor. This is who we are.
That's right. We're headed to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales, the Barrens, and we'll come face to face with the heroes that inhabit it, starting with one of the Horde's most iconic and well-known characters, a fierce loyalist, one-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde, Shadowhunter Vol'jin. Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponents. And to celebrate the announcement of Forged in the Barrens, this card is available for free for everyone later today. So log into Hearthstone and claim your free copy of Shadowhunter Vol'jin. And as a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back. Next, we have another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master, Samuro, featuring the new keyword, Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives. In Samuro's case, this can be used to clear your opponent's board. Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess, but others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of cards that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5 and 10 mana, ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game. You'll also notice that they're categorized as nature spells. With Forged in the Barrens, we'll be permanently introducing spell schools across the entire game, which enables a whole host of exciting new strategies. And don't worry, members of the Alliance will be featuring some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year. But what I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries. Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay, where you build teams consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains from the Warcraft universe, including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner, and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire. You can also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites, like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush, and the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon Slayer. You'll lead them in battle through highly replayable roguelike missions, where the map is randomly generated every time you play, and each node represents a unique challenge for your team to take on. Your heroes gain levels, new abilities, equipment, and can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves. We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the road. Everything you've seen today is just a taste of what's coming in the Year of the Griffin. So don't forget to tune in to our deep dive panel after the opening ceremony, where we'll share more details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support is what drives us to make awesome updates and pursue ambitious and fun ideas. We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I am so excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's a great time to be a member of this community. All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during BlizzCon of 2019, and we've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch through quarterly updates and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen, and savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game. This one is especially exciting to me, as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just know they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
The sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo. Even seeing them come back as NPCs and mercenaries in Diablo 2's Rogue Encampment served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original Rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other Rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the Rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the Rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled archer modeled after the original Sisterhood, or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest alleys of Chaldeum, in Diablo 4, you will have the freedom to create the rogue that you imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the Rogue class, as well as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show. But Diablo 4 is not the only Diablo game we're talking about today. If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered. Diablo Immortal has everything you'd expect from a AAA action RPG. From the visceral combat and epic loot to an all-new story, bridging the gap between the events of Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test and what's next for the game. But that's still not all. we have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years. If so, we have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
How was it not yours, a wanderer? Now you know what I seek, Marius. Were these the demons from... Don't do it! It seems you're I'm not acceptable. What was it done to me? Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror. Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned. And once again, he travels east, always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster of both the original game and the expansion, Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies. Blizzard has a long history of games that we're proud of. And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross-progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look. So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, It's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands, it's actually a very small percentage of our developers working on these projects. Far more people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond. If you had asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard lineup of games. The advances in technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have enabled that's even more incredible. If you think about the people who play games and the communities that have grown up around them, the way people can connect instantly, no matter where they are in the world, the way people are increasingly able to express their identity and celebrate who they are through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports. It would have been hard to imagine any of that 30 years ago. And at Blizzard, that is what excites us about the next 30 years. There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about. The rest, we look forward to talking to you about it when the time is right. Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and Hearthstone are diverse, expansive,
connected,
and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds and welcome more players from more places into them. And we aspire to continue to lead on priorities like accessibility and toxicity control, and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King, or beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when we geek out on those experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year, next year, and the next 30 years. Now, what's coming next for the show? Well, it depends on where you watch. For those of you looking for an update on Overwatch, check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of opening ceremonies. There, you'll hear about Overwatch 2, new content, new features, including new maps, hero missions, talent trees, and more of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels. And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to BlizzCon Line. Be good to one another. Welcome home. Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous BlizzCon headliner.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're Metallica. Thanks for having us at BlizzCon 2014. We would love to be there this year, but obviously can't be. So here we are, and this is for you.
Your death will. Morta Vespa Gaia Inu.
Help! Help! Strike with great vengeance! You are not prepared! Frostborn hungers for your soul. Your time has come. Strange.
Greetings to you. Seems you're ready for the real thing.
Watch your back.
Hey, look at me!
Oh, looks like we got an audience.
I'm getting good at this. I am in the groove.
Turret online.
Surprise! Piece of cake.
Welcome everyone to our deep dive panel for WoW Classic. I'd like to start with some introductions with these fine gentlemen with me and myself. I'm Holly Longdale. I'm the principal producer for WoW Classic. A little bit about my background. I spent 13 years working on EverQuest. I started as a game designer and eventually became the head of the studio for the EverQuest franchise. That said, I've always been a WoW player since beta. So this is obviously a dream come true for me, and I'm thrilled to be here with you.
I'm Patrick Dawson. I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I've been at Blizzard for 15 years now, and have been on WoW for most of that time. Avid WoW player myself, and really excited to open up that dark portal again as we all step through it.
And my name's Brian Birmingham, and I'm the lead software engineer on WoW Classic.
I've also been at Blizzard for 15 years. I started on World of Warcraft. I spent about 3 years on Hearthstone as well, and then came back to the World of Warcraft team to work on WoW Classic. And it has been a great joy to me to work on this team.
There's a lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
So earlier we announced, yay, Burning Crusade Classic is coming. But there's a lot more to it. Let's take a look at the features, because wow. I mean, wow, right? Wow. I was so excited by playing Draenei and Blood Elves. I played both, and I will say my heart's with Alliance. And I also took up jewel crafting on my Draenei Shaman. I wanted to corner the market. Just the whole notion of having items with sockets and just exploring that whole system. I'm also a bit of a systems nerd. So I completely lost my time for weeks in there.
The Burning Crusade, I remember being there back then. I mean, it was our first expansion ever. So all the new features was like this really cool moment of like, what's coming next, what's going to happen. And one of the things that you know, was pretty impactful to the game was Horde having Paladins and Alliance having Shaman. I mean, as an avid PvPer myself, I remember going back and trying to fight Shaman. I was Alliance back then. And just not understanding that class at all, because my team didn't have it. So like, I'd try to poly them and then be like grounding totem. I didn't know what that was. And it's just like, why are Shaman immune to everything? I don't understand.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, no, but no, I did.
No, you said they're cheating.
I understood polymorph druids, but Shaman, why? Like, now I started to understand Shaman a little bit better. We got some of their benefits. You know, I actually like got to see totems being placed down on my side for once, and got to see the frustration of dealing with Bubble Hearth on the other.
Yeah, I remember when I was doing raids, we were always jealous of the Alliance having Paladins for Blessing of Salvation. Like, people would be pulling aggro off me, and I'd be yelling at them, like, wait for 3 Sunders! And the Alliance is just like, no, it's no problem. Just, you know, just go.
Yep. So, hey, I mean, you know, we were upset raiding like Razorgore without Earthbind. I mean, really even the playing field for both PvE and PvP, which was kind of cool. But there were a ton of new features and just abilities with this too. You know, as we got to level 70 and got to experience new content and new things. I remember one of my first experiences with understanding what it meant for designed by Blizzard, right?
Oh,
Because I was an engineer, right? I wasn't a designer. I was working on like the live ops team at the time, and you know, I was playing my class, avid player of Mage, and I sent this long email to Tom Chilton saying like, hey, you know, here's what Mage needs.
Dawson Manifesto.
So it was a well thought out forum post. And what was in it was things like bring back invisibility, let's get a threat dump in the class. And I didn't even necessarily tie those two together, but he was like, that's a pretty good idea, let's get Mage's invisibility. And just knowing that skill was coming along with some other new stuff for Mages like the Molten Armor, the Ice Lances, was just really cool to see all this new stuff in Burning Crusade.
On the other side of that, I was really excited about Spell Reflect, because I was really frustrated getting polymorphed and being able to like reflect that back on the Mage.
As a Mage, I was not excited for you to get
I bet you weren't. And there were even some PvE encounters that had abilities that you could reflect back. So I remember that was really fun to kind of find ways to time that and use it as a defensive ability as well.
I was a hunter.
Mm-hmm. I'm a hunter now,
also a hunter.
actually. Yeah, I've switched.
But I remember just chasing Beastmaster and just DPS.
Yep.
That was it. That was the chase, yeah.
Talking about that too makes me think of like the arenas and the arena system. That was a whole new world for us, you know, with Battlegrounds and the way they worked before. Like, the way the matchmaking happened, usually I was pretty competitive in PvP, so I would either get in there and stomp the enemy team who was just there to be casual, or, you know, even though like we were a good team, we weren't like the best of the best. So when we ended up going against one of those teams, it was just like, well, geez, we're just getting stomped now. This is tough. Arenas gave everyone an opportunity to play against equal-minded opponents, right? Mm-hmm. So if you were a little bit more casual, you get the opportunity to play against people who weren't maybe so competitive. Or if you were like cutting edge, go for it. Like, try to be the best of the best. And what was great about that is it spawned an esport. Like, that wasn't, we didn't design it for that. We just wanted people to have fun. But when we noticed, like, hey, everybody's playing this, everybody's, like, competing in this, people are watching it, we had to embrace that. We started featuring it at BlizzCons, and we've been doing it every year since.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I think one of my favorite things to recollect was the exciting zones that you would travel through. One of my favorite memories was actually in the first zone, Hellfire Peninsula, and it was adventuring around in Hellfire Peninsula. going around and doing all those quests and always living in fear of the Fell Reaver. Because you'd be out there collecting parts from like a broken Zeppelin, and you'd be fighting off your Hellbores, and then all of a sudden you'd see the screen start to shake, and like these thump, 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 and then and you're like, oh my god, I gotta run, he's right on top of me.
Sound still haunts my dreams.
Oh, I know, yeah, it's terrifying.
Even in life, it's just feign death. Feign death.
Yeah, just get out of here. And then the payoff when you later go to Netherstorm, and they give you the quest, they're like, could you get me a part from inside the Fell Reaver? You're gonna have to kill him. And you're like, that guy? Like that guy that used to terrorize me? They're like, yeah, I think you could take him now. And that was such an exciting payoff to be able to like bring that full circle and go back and see him again.
For me, I snuck into beta. I got really lucky because I could see the construction sign for some of the zones, and of course I ignored it and went and explored. So I remember running through Blade's Edge and just seeing dragon carcasses and skeletons impaled in the environment, and then moving on to Netherstorm. I just was blown away, even from Zangarmarsh all the way through. Everything felt like its own world, and just to be able to go through that and just the delight of it and the epicness of it. And then you come up to Area 52. That's what I love about WoW, is you can have epic storylines and still find lightness in it. So I just loved it. I love it. I'm an explorer, so.
You know, for me, I remember Burning Crusade really opened up a new gameplay type for me. I became a collector in Burning Crusade, right? And it kind of started with the Alduran Scryer rep. Because I got my outer rep all the way up, and then I was thinking about switching to Scryer, and people were like, "You're insane! Don't do that." And I was like, "I bet I can," just to prove people wrong. And I did, and it was cool. It was really fun. But then I started doing other things. Like there were all these new like mounts and pets, and I went back and even got some of the older reps like Thorium Brotherhood and Winterspring. But then like things like Netherwing Ledge came out. The world just opened up for me in Burning Crusade to really start my collection.
Of course, we also had flying mounts, which I loved, and then decided to play with some friends on a PvP server, and was running around Hellfire, and Death from Above, which is likely just Pat.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were flying around harassing people, Pat?
I was getting a lot of honorable kills back in the day.
So that's just a quick look at some of our memories for Burning Crusade, and that was 13 years ago. So that code has been hanging around for 13 years. And we're not just doing a save as Burning Crusade Classic.
Oh no, it's a lot harder than that.
So let's get into some of those details.
So one of the challenges has been that we don't actually want to ship on the old code. And the reason for that is because it's got a lot of bugs and difficulties with the architecture that we don't want to have to deal with. But we do want that old data. And we talked about this when we did the original launch of Classic, was how the data is really the thing that describes how the game is supposed to be played and what things are supposed to happen in it. And so we want to bring that old data and we want to run it on the modern code, the same as we did for Classic. And there's like 750,000 rows of data that we have to go through and convert from their old formats to their new formats. And fortunately, we have really talented engineers, and we run automated scripts that go through this. But even after we've run these scripts, we have to compare them with how it used to behave and make sure that we've actually done the conversion correctly. And then there's even some things that are making it more difficult this time, like the fact that we've made a couple of minor changes or bug fixes in the Classic data. And we want to make sure that we keep those as we're going into Burning Crusade. So we have to merge those changes with the changes that happened with the Burning Crusade originally, and make sure that we have a coherent set of changes that make sense to bring us from Classic into the Burning Crusade.
There's an enormous amount of time spent looking at, okay, this is how it came out now. We have a reference client that is the original.
That's right. We do use the old code for that. Yeah. So like we still have it. We just don't want to ship on that anymore. But we have like the old code with the old data, knows exactly how it's supposed to behave. So those things work together, and we can bring that up internally and take a look at it and say like, okay, this is how it was back then. This is exactly what it used to look like. And we do sometimes find things that are bugs we still want to fix, but a lot of times it will tell us like, oh, this thing is not a bug. This is actually the intended behavior, or this is something we don't really remember right. There's a tendency to want to chase your own memory, like, I remember it being like this, and it's like, no, it's not always exactly the way you remember it. Everybody has that kind of human failing, even us, and so a lot of times we'll have an argument about, I remember it this way. Well, I remember it this way. Let's go and check. We can look.
Well, another reason to ship on the new code is really just the years of stability improvements and the fact that the world didn't look the same back in 2007 as it does today. Like there wasn't cloud architecture at that point. I remember I had the privilege of being on the live ops team where I got to see what all the servers looked like and how it was all architected. And to pull back the curtain on this a bit, the way it was is everything was its own like server, right? Like they didn't really talk to each other very well. So each realm had 11 blades on it. And these blades were just bare metal blades, and like one blade was for Azeroth, one blade was for Kalimdor, one was for Outland, and then we had some for instances. And you know, back then what would happen without cloud is you would try to request resources, and maybe a lot of people were running dungeons. And so it would give you back things like transfer aborted, instance not found. Oh boy, like we don't want to go back to those days. So now we can take advantage of things like the cloud and not have those resource issues. So shipping on this new code is a big improvement in stability.
Yeah, and so we're weaving all these threads together. We did finally get a build for Burning Crusade Classic. Super excited. With the team gets together, we're preparing for a playtest, and we go to create our characters, and we see this blood elf who, you know, he remembers the sun well. He forgot his pants.
Yeah?
So everything didn't work the first time?
What? I know.
Yeah, I did mention, like, we had to go through and check for problems in those conversion scripts. And so, yeah, sure enough, what's going on here is that this guy thinks he's dressed, but he isn't. And you can see why he thinks he's dressed if you look down.
Does that happen to you a lot?
Only in my high school dreams.
You can see, if you look at his calves, you can see that he's got they're flared out because he thinks he's wearing boots. And the way the system works is we first set the geometry up for all the items that you're supposed to be wearing, and then we layer on various images that we call textures, and we use those to build up a single composite texture that's then wrapped around the geometry. But of course, in this case, when we were layering them on, none of the textures were assigned, so it just started with his naked body, and then was going to go layer on textures and didn't find any. So it thinks he's dressed, and so it's removed the underwear because it thinks it's put clothes on top. But there aren't anything there. They're all just completely transparent. So it's almost like the Emperor's new clothes. He's wearing invisible clothes, only in this case, that's really what's happening.
It's crazy. And then, of course, I wanted to try Draenei because that's where my heart lies. I'm an Alliance girl. And this Draenei looks to be heads above the rest.
That's not the Exodar.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
It's done Morrow, right?
It is, and that's exactly the problem. It looks like the Draenei's too tall, but the real problem is that we're in the wrong place. And so, yeah, when you go to the Dunmorrow character select screen, of course, the camera is positioned for much shorter races like gnomes and dwarves, and so it's about knee-high on a Draenei.
And then water. Really, Brian? We have water and Hellfire?
Yeah, so
Go for a swim.
it turns out that Outland has a funny, unique feature that it doesn't have any oceans because the water just all falls off the edges and goes out into space or something like that. I'm not sure how that works in the game universe.
Magic.
But yeah, there's no ocean there. But we had accidentally flagged it to generate ocean, so we ended up flooding the entire world with an ocean until we found that and turned it back off.
So through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously we're fixing what is broken. But also we thought it was a good time to start enacting what we call #some changes to gameplay and how things should work.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, like Classic, our guiding principle was no changes. The goal was to provide as true-to-life, authentic experience of Classic that we possibly could for the community, and we accomplished that. What was interesting to me is to see this vibrant community that embraced it and then said, hey, but we're not exactly the same as we were 15 years ago, right? And they're right. Like, the times have changed. The world has changed. And so some of those things that maybe were out there that were not great and were warts back in the day is not something that we would want to ship again. Like something that feels a little buggy or wrong or incorrect. So the idea behind this is let's provide what the Burning Crusade experience was without those warts.
This really, I think, illustrates the difference is spell batching. We actually had a lot of requests originally for spell batching in that kind of no changes charge, where they said, hey, I remember when I used to be able to have two mages polymorph one another, and they would both end up polymorphed. And that's cute and fun, and I kind of like that. And so we said, okay, well, we can put that back in. But the system that causes that is, of course, that the spells are batched up and processed in these giant batches. But over the last 2 years, people realized that what that comes with is about a half a second of kind of built-in latency, where you push a button and it doesn't actually take effect effect for that half a second while it's waiting to queue up the other ones to go with it. And people were starting to find that frustrating. I talked to a lot of people who said they were excited about it when it first came out with Classic, but after they've been playing with it for 2 years, they're really ready to see it go, and we're ready to take it out too. So we're going to remove spell batching with Burning Crusade.
That's definitely great, because I remember like every 2 weeks I get a bug report, Vanish is broken again. And it was because of stuff like this, right? Like if you vanish at the same time a fireball's hitting you, it's going to pop you out, right?
Exactly.
Like, and so we were trying to do all these hacky solutions to it, but the real answer is just don't spell batch.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the ability to do that then, so glad we're doing it now.
Yeah.
You know, another one that I can think of is just how the rating community has matured, right? Like things were very different back in 2004, 2005 timelines compared to today. So, you know, the rating community knows exactly what's going on, and they want a challenge. They want more of a challenge. So, you know, rather than always giving them like the last version of the boss, the final form of the boss, which maybe has been hit with a few nerfs, let's not do that anymore. Let's give them a more challenging version of the boss. I'll give you an example of like Muru. Right, where the initial version of that boss had a lot of spell pushback, and so like that made it really tough to bring casting classes to that fight. We did fix that pretty quickly and change the fight to allow for that. Now that's a change we probably would incorporate in this, right? Like we don't want people to feel excluded or not part of being able to do a fight like that. But then probably a month or so after that, we nerfed Muru's health. That doesn't need to happen. Let's just keep it in the hard form. We can evaluate any changes we need to make after that, but yeah, it won't just be like, hey, final form, we're not even going to look at it. Let's call it a day. So.
Yeah. So how did your mage handle the pushback?
I just
It feels personal, yeah.
No, I was the raid leader, so I got to choose who went. But
the one mage allowed to go.
Honestly, that's one of my favorite fights ever in World of Warcraft. That was a really, really fun fight.
That's awesome. Another change that we're talking about making is along the lines of that PvP balance and faction balance is, you know, obviously with Burning Crusade, Paladins are introduced to the Horde and Shamans are introduced to the Alliance, and that was intended to be a balancing of the factions and let's, you know, make them even. And then they wanted to kind of keep a little bit of flavor of that faction identity, so they kept Seal of Blood on the Horde and Seal of Vengeance on the Alliance. It was intended to be equivalent power abilities that were just slightly different in flavor, but in retrospect, Seal of Blood was just so much better. And so one of the changes that we are going to make is we are going to give the opposite faction's seal to the other faction, but we're going to do that at max level. So we keep just a little bit of that faction identity, where Horde will get Seal of Blood at level 64 on schedule, and then get Seal of Vengeance at level 70. And similarly, Alliance will get Seal of Vengeance at level 64, and then their equivalent, Seal of the Martyr, at level 70. Another thing we want to talk about is arena teams. When it first came out in Burning Crusade, the arena team system only let you have the same number of players on your team that was the size of the bracket it was for. So, for example, a 3v3 team could only have 3 players on the team. So if someone was like sick or unavailable one night, you couldn't play. And that felt really frustrating. So we're definitely going to go with like the last version of that, where you could have twice the size of the bracket on your team roster, so that you had alternates you could swap in and out. And then that way, as long as anybody had participated in, I think, 30% of the matches, then they got the full credit for the week of participation.
Is that what we did, personal ratings versus team ratings?
I think that came later, and we're also considering whether or not we want to do something with that as well. Because another thing that was problematic about arenas was the way that the ELO system was so inflationary. And so we're talking about whether or not we want to move forward with converting that to something more like the modern MMR system, so that it isn't as punishing to people in terms of like waiting hours for a match at the highest levels and things like that.
And another change, we're going to give players access to Blood Elf and Draenei early, so that before we actually open the Dark Portals, you'll have a chance to level those up. That's definitely not something we did originally.
I remember I had a friend who was really frustrated that the rest of us were all running around in Outland, and he was like, I'm still back in Wetlands. What is going on? When can I play with you guys? So yeah, I'm really glad we're doing that.
Doing that with pre-patch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Very cool.
Yeah, pre-patch will come out and you'll be able to go start your Blood Elves and Draenei.
And then content. So we've got some phases happening.
Yeah. So the content phases that we got coming are exciting. We're going to start with Karazhan and Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon's Lair. And we want to start with just that released because we found with Classic that people really enjoy that kind of gear progression, and that's where all the Tier 4 gear is with those raids. And we want people to have an opportunity to level up, catch up to their friends, and all kind of go through these things together. So as we unlock each chapter, we want to make sure everybody's had enough time to be part of that chapter. And the next chapter after that will be Phase 2, which will be Serpent Shrine Cavern and Tempest Keep. Then next we move on to Phase 3, which is Hyjal and the Black Temple. And the reason that's a change is, of course, originally Hyjal was available from the launch of Burning Crusade, but nobody could really get in there because of the way the attunements work. So we'll unlock that as a later chapter alongside Black Temple. And then that'll go with Arena Season 2 at that point. And then Arena Season 3 will come out alongside Zulaman with a little bit of catch-up gear for anybody who's taken that long to catch up. It's another smaller instance, a 10-man. And then finally, Phase 5 will be Sunwell and Arena Season 4.
It's been a very busy year.
Yeah, it is. It's an expansion with a lot in it.
Yes. And so we spent a lot of time talking about Burning Crusade Classic and Burning Crusade, which is exciting. We're very excited about it, but there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot coming, and we want to walk through how this is going to materialize.
Well, yeah, really the question is, we have a diverse player base where people have a lot of different wants and needs. And how do we get there? How do we get to the Burning Crusade? Well, the first group of people that we wanted to make sure that we were serving well is those people who do want to go to the Burning Crusade. We feel that most of the community is interested in this. They're going to want to do this. We want to make it simple and easy for them. So how are we going to do that?
As we said earlier, you're going to be able to make a choice. So we'll talk about and explore these choices in some detail, and I'll give you some examples. So to start with the current servers you're on now, Classic Live servers, are going to become what we're calling progression servers. And what that means is the servers that are live now will always unlock any expansion we release. So when we get to our patch day, you're going to be presented with a choice. Do you want to continue on into the Burning Crusade, or do you want to move to Classic? So in that space, you're going to do that for every single character. So for my example, I'm on Worm Rest Accord. So I've got a level 60. I am definitely taking that on through to Burning Crusade. But I've got a couple of mid-levels that I know I want to move with my friends. Those are characters I level with my friends in Classic, and I want to continue that journey with them. We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade. But there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that. I know there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind. And they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back, that maybe aren't interested in doing the Classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so the team, we spent quite a bit of time discussing it because we want to make sure we respect the time of the people that have been playing Classic for 2 years, but also we want people to be able to enjoy Burning Crusade if they loved it the first time and maybe miss Classic. So we are going to offer a level 58 boost for purchase, but it does come with some restrictions. So it's going to be 1 per account. It's not going to be usable on Blood Elf or Draenei. It'll have some dungeon blues. It'll have level 40 mount skill, no professions. It's the basics, basically your Outland starting kit.
That's cool. That's a really great way to jump into the game for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll be looking forward to that. Look, I know a lot of people came back to play WoW Classic, and that's all they want. That's all they ever wanted. They're like, you know what, Burning Crusade, that's awesome. I'm sure some people are going to love that, but for me, I came back for WoW Classic. What do they get to do? What's their options?
Yeah, that was really important for us too.
Yeah.
So we had all sat down and discussed like how we should frame this. So when we get to our patch day, which is prior to the Dark Portal opening, when I said before, like, I'll go back to my example for Worm Rest, we will be launching Classic Era Realms at the same time as we do our patch, and you will have that choice. So when you make the choice to go to Burning Crusade Classic, or you make the choice, like on my example, my level 40 Druid, I want to move that character to Classic Era. And what Classic Era means is that those particular servers are going to stay in that era forever. So that is going to remain Classic till the end of time. It's never going to unlock expansions. You'll be able to make that choice for every single character. Do you go on to Burning Crusade, or do you choose to go to Classic Era? Let's say, you know, you're behind the times a little bit. You'll still be able to have that choice. We haven't locked it to a time window. You're not going to miss the boat to Era.
The choice sounds awesome. And choice in WoW is something that's meaningful. It's always been meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that's important when we look at the community, that you're going to choose to go to the Burning Crusade or you're going to choose to go to Classic. You know, some people may not be comfortable with that choice. And while we think that choice is important, we also recognize that there are folks that are going to want to play both, right? Like, yeah, see, right here. You have some stuff left to do in Classic that you wanted, and you want to keep that character in Classic, but you also are interested, that same character wants to raid with your friends.
That's exactly
TPC.
right.
So what does that look like? How do we make that happen?
So we're going to actually offer a paid service to let you make a copy of your character. And I know, like, a copy is a big deal. So like you said, like, this is something we don't want to make just an automatic choice for everybody. But I know that for me, it really is going to be like that pull to go to both places. So I want to be able to say, like, you know what, I'm willing to pay some money for this. I want a copy of my character that lives in Classic Era forever, while I also go to Burning Crusade with that with that character. And that way I can stay with my friends who are really excited to go to Karazhan. I'm really excited to go to Karazhan. I want to see my hunter go through Karazhan, but if I'm missing like a couple pieces of my tier 3 set from Naxxramas, I still have an opportunity to go find a new guild there and go through Naxxramas again until I finish that set.
We're going to be spending a lot of time communicating these details. So even as much detail as we're giving now, it's very high level. There's going to be a lot more detail to come, so keep an ear out. But with that said, so Pat, when's all this happening?
Oh. Soon.
Yay!
So yeah, this is something that, you know, is important to get. People are still playing through Naxxramas. We want to make sure that they have enough time to do that. But what we are looking at, this will be happening in 2021. For sure, we are committed to doing that. And what we're looking at is starting the beta rather soon. So hopefully that beta will go up and we'll get that running. The community can come and participate, help us out. We'll start to hear some feedback on the things we've talked about today. If there's any adjustments we need to make, we want to make sure we have a long enough beta period for that to happen. And then we'll get that out to the players so you can all enter the Dark Portal.
Yay!
Yeah, it's exciting.
So any final words?
Yeah, I just talked about the beta, and you know, I will say just to the community, you all have been so instrumental in making Classic the success that it has been, and you will be equally instrumental in making the Burning Crusade a tremendous success also. So please get in that beta, play, give us your feedback. We want to hear all about it. So enjoy, welcome, and let's have some fun.
Yay!
Yeah, and it's been the highlight of my professional career to work on WoW Classic and have the support and love of this community. It is really special to me, and I'm really excited to be sharing this with all of you in the Burning Crusade.
Yeah, and for me, I've been playing Classic since it launched, and I wasn't working at Blizzard then, and it's changed my life, obviously. So from me and the entire WoW team, we want to thank you for bringing Azeroth to life for us. So we will definitely be seeing you in game in whatever flavor you choose. And until then, stay classic.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
Ever since we announced Diablo 4 at last BlizzCon 2019, We've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of BlizzCon Line on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And granted mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled, and you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Wow, I love that ending. There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end, it's like, oh.
That ear box never gets old. You know, I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback. But let's go back to the class, because there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyle. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it's like, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do, you think about the druid and shapeshifting, or the barbarian with sort of, you know, his leap attacks. There's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor, you kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games.
Designs for the Shadowlands truly are. Let's take another look at that cinematic showing what fate has in store for Anduin in Chains of Domination.
Look around you!
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could.
My Archon, a living soul, seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king, held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
just as you once sought to bind your own brother. The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
There's a lot to unpack there, but as you can imagine, we're not going to take a strike like that sitting down. We're going to call in the forces of all 4 of the Shadowlands Covenants. For the first time in years, they will all come together, now reinvigorated by anima and by our actions within the Shadowlands, to take the fight directly to the jailer. Within the Maw, we will uncover brand new, never-before-seen areas. We'll also be fighting off some new and never-before-seen enemies, of course, and naturally be uncovering some brand new Maw-themed rewards while we're at it. Our return to the Maw includes not only a chance for us to push back against the dark designs of the jailer in areas that previously were very forbidding for us, where we really weren't able to spend very much time there. Having a secure, solid foothold with all 4 covenants allows us to push back against that oppressive force. We'll be able to stop the Eye of the Jailer in its tracks, exploring areas that we were unable to explore before, and our mounts will once again even hear our call within the Maw. The Maw will not only include some areas that we have seen previously, now with our new allies of the Covenants changing things up there, but also some never-before-seen sections. Let's talk for a second about the largest of those sections. So in the finale of that cinematic, you saw that the jailer had sent his chains off out of the Maw and into the darkness. What he found there, that landmass shown there at the very end of that cinematic, is a landmass known as Korthia, and it makes up the largest new section of the Maw. Korthia is an ancient space that was lost in the in-between. It has its own strange creatures and wildlife that inhabit it, but it's also inhabited by some of the characters that we've previously seen in Oribos, including the Attendants and the Protectors, and some of their city structures. And very similar to Oribos, it is filled with mysteries, the likes of which the Shadowlands has yet to uncover. It is these ancient mysteries that the jailer is truly after, the secrets of this strange group that we've only barely hinted at, known as the First Ones. Heading back into this area will allow us to explore all of these new sections, entertain new content, meet new allies, and face off against new foes. And in addition, we will also see some brand new rewards. Some of the new rewards we'll find within the Maw include this Maw-themed undead horse, and a Maw hand mount that is actually a giant severed hand of domination that you'll ride on the wrist section of in a really creepy and cool manner. And of course, there will be Maw-themed battle pets to collect as well, including your very own minion of domination. But our true purpose within the Maw is not just to collect battle pets. That's just a part of it. The true purpose of bringing all 4 of the Covenants together within the Maw, of course, is to be taking the attack directly to the jailer's doorstep, the central area where the jailer has holed up with all of his main minions is going to be our focus here, as we raid the Sanctum of Domination. The Sanctum of Domination will be a 10-boss raid, and you'll finally be able to face off against the terrible Terragru that I'm sure has kicked you out of Torghast more times than you want to mention at this point. You'll be able to take all of your allies and take the fight directly back to it. We'll also be facing off against the creature that is the actual eye of the jailer and figure out really what is the jailer's eye here. Those of you that were fans of the lore of the Titan Keeper Odin might have some interest in that particular fight. The jailer's inner sanctum, naturally, is a place where some of the worst souls were sent for the jailer's personal torment. And we'll be seeing some of those souls here as well. Really looking forward to hearing who you think will show up in the jailer's personal torment sanctum. Of course, any raid that features minions, servants, and soldiers of the cold dark like this one is going to have to feature our old nemesis, Kel'Thuzad. And finally, the culmination of the raid. At long last, we will be taking the fight directly to Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen herself. The finale of this fight is going to change the future of the Shadowlands. But we're not going to spoil that for you today. However, can't wait for you to see what happens at the end. But the Sanctum of Domination is not the only sanctum of the jailer. We'll be seeing additional updates to Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, including the unlocking of brand new, never-before-seen wings. These wings have a brand new art kit, as well as new floors and new floor layouts, and should feel like something you haven't seen in Torghast up until now. You'll be facing off against brand new foes with dastardly ways in order to stop your ascent, new traps to trip you up, and of course, to help us fight against all of these dastardly minions of the jailer, brand new game-changing powers will be available as well. Moving on to additional updates within Chains of Domination, fans of the Operation Mechagon Mega Dungeon from our previous patches will be happy to learn that we are once again bringing back the concept of the Mega Dungeon. A Mega Dungeon is an 8-boss dungeon, epic in scale, and always has some unique and interesting loot that you can't find anywhere else. The Mega Dungeon for Chains of Domination is going to be focused around the enigmatic traders that we first met in Oribos, the Brokers. The Broker Mega Dungeon is a large broker trading city with portals, an auction house, and various different broker cartels that have made it their home. We're going to be learning more about broker culture and meeting some new and different kinds of brokers that we haven't seen up until now. This is an 8-boss dungeon, and in Chains of Domination will be available as Mythic only for now. Within the Broker Mega Dungeon, we will be facing off against brand new broker cartel members, including dastardly broker assassins and 4-armed broker guards. The second half of the dungeon, as we start to exit the broker trading city, will feature a heist section, as we chase a broker that has stolen an artifact and plans to use it for his own purposes. As we chase this broker through the heist section, he'll take us through a number of different portals that take us to a lot of different, very varied locations where we fight a number of different bosses. One of these fights, of course, is against none other than an infinite pirate dragon. I trust that needs no explanation, so let's move on to the rewards. The rewards of this mega dungeon include things that we will only see within broker culture, some very special broker pets, including a broker-themed cat. We can capture some of the rats that scurry around within the broker trading city, and we'll get to see one of the pets that the brokers actually use as a currency, these strange worms that they found on another world and have scintillating eyes that are gem-like. It's sort of like a living sign of your wealth for the high ends of the broker cartels. You might be able to purchase one of those within the dungeon or fight an enemy in order to obtain one of them. And we'll be able to obtain the broker's special and interesting disc mount, which they fly around their trading city with. In addition, there's going to be a dazzling array of different weaponry for you to collect as well. Now let's move on to updates to some of our Covenant systems. We've been fighting hard to gain renown with our Covenants, gain soulbinds, and additional conduits. We'll be expanding upon a lot of these systems. Some of the ideas that we're thinking about include adding additional conduits, different conduit types, and expanding the soulbind system. Our general goal here is to give you more options in terms of how you specialize your character within your Covenant, and how you gain additional power levels. We're very early on in the ideation phase here, and we'd love to hear from you if you want to take to the forums and tell us how you would like to see your power grow within your Covenant. Patch 9.1 also brings with it flying, something that we mentioned a while back, and we're sticking to it. There's no rep grind associated with flying. You simply just need to continue completing activities for your Covenant, and your Covenant story chapters will unlock flying for you automatically. But we're not simply going to be unlocking flying in Chains of Domination. No, we want to do everything heavily Covenant themed, because it's all about working for your Covenants. So completing the flying will also unlock a new, specialized flying mount specific to your Covenant. For the Kyrians, activating Anima to the Eternal Forge has allowed your stewards to once again produce this powerful flying Centurion that hasn't been seen in ages. For the Night Fae, activating Wild Seeds with Anima that were thought lost to the drought will reawaken our powerful ally in the Wolf Serpent. From the Maldraxians, the Necrolords naturally go to their natural environment, throw a saddle on one of the giant corpse flies buzzing around their backyard, and send that on into combat. There's one thing that you do know, they're not going to be afraid of the stench of death. And for the Venthyr, activating Anima within Revendreth has allowed us to empower these Stoneborn brutes, giving us Anima-infused Stoneborn allies as our brand new flying mounts. But that's not all. Continuing to advance your Covenant and your Renown will also unlock a set of cosmetic armor. Cosmetic armor sets can be worn by any armor type, from cloth to plate, and they can be mixed and matched with any of your transmog outfits if you want to take just pieces of them, producing a variety of different unique outfit possibilities. The cosmetic armor set for the Kyrian is stylized after a Kyrian courier who might be rushing across the fields of Bastion with a missive. It's very lightweight, it's very airy. For the Night Fae, your cosmetic outfit will be themed around the Forest Defenders and includes many natural wildlife elements, including the horns of the Great Stag and the leaves of the various flora around Ardenweald. As you can see, the colors here are actually themed after the seasons as well. For the Necrolords, we went all the way back to the Warcraft 3 initial idea of the Necromancer in this classically inspired Necromancer set, updated with Necrolord colors. Everybody who's a Necrolord will finally get to also have a little bit of Necromancer in them as well. And finally, for the Venthyr, no Venthyr transmog set would truly be complete without a set of finery, just waiting for the next Venthyr fancy party to break out. Venthyr players will be able to obtain these fancy outfits for whenever you need to head off to a ball. Chains of Domination will also herald the beginning of Shadowlands Season 2, where we will be seeing the addition of a brand new Domination-themed affix for Mythic Plus, an item level increase across the board in terms of available item levels that you can pick up by doing just about anything in the Shadowlands. We'll also be seeing the beginning of PvP Season 2, and something special in this PvP season that we're looking for is an Honor Talent refresh. The idea here is to take a look at some of our unused or underutilized Honor Talents and freshen them up a bit, change things around in terms of the PvP metagame. We'll also be seeing the introduction of seasonal rewards. These include both brand new colors of the Gladiator and Mythic Plus achievement mounts, as well as our new Vicious mounts. In this case, the Vicious mount is the Gorm. The Gorm was already pretty vicious, so slapping a couple of pieces of armor on that and sending them out into combat was a natural thing for the forces of the Alliance and Horde to do. Alright, let's take a second to recap everything coming at you in Chains of Domination. First, we've got some major story quests, including a lot of the main characters of the Shadowlands that are centered most specifically around the designs and plans of the Jailer and his attacks on our allies in our Covenants. We will be taking revenge by taking the fight directly to the Jailer in the Maw and forming a permanent presence there with all 4 Covenants. We'll be exploring some never-before-seen sections of the Maw, including this new area known as Korthia and its various mysteries. We will be taking the fight directly to the Jailer himself in the Sanctum of Domination raid, which has the final boss as Sylvanas Windrunner. And we'll be making updates to Torghast, including some never-before-seen wings, floors, creatures, and powers. We'll be introducing a new mega dungeon themed around the brokers as a floating broker trading city with new bosses to fight there and some very unique loot to obtain. We're going to be expanding upon the conduits and soulbind systems and adding additional choice and power to your presence within your Covenant. And alongside that, we'll be seeing some brand new Covenant rewards, including Covenant-themed flying mounts and Covenant-themed cosmetic armor sets, both of which will be available in a variety of different colors to collect. And finally, we'll be seeing the launch of Shadowlands Season 2 and everything that entails. Thanks everybody for checking out our Shadowlands update. We've got a lot of really cool stories to tell still here in the Shadowlands, and we can't wait to get this content into your hands. From everybody on the World of Warcraft team, we hope you enjoy Chains of Domination, and we'll see you in the Shadowlands.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
We decided to do the community mount because Shadowlands was right around the corner, and the main theme of Shadowlands was player agency and player choice. So this seemed like a great opportunity to engage the community and let them choose the next mount for the World of Warcraft. Basically what we did was we came up with 5 ideas, and we've actually invited all players to vote on the one that they like the best. It was interesting because we actually had a lot of internal debates about whether we would provide concept art for these pieces or not. I think we're all very glad that we didn't, because the artists in our community really engaged and came up with some awesome art to bring these ideas to life. As the lead art producer for World of Warcraft, I work with a team of 3 other art producers, and together the 4 of us are responsible for the tracking and coordination of all of the art assets that go into the game.
When the Wandering Ancient was chosen, I was given the task to bring it to life. First step in the task was to get together a reference board. I looked at fan art done by the community. I collected reference from past iterations of Ancients. That actually was like a huge base on where I began, especially if it's an asset that is, a rehashing of something familiar. We've seen lots of different type of Ancients, but we've yet to see one that you could ride on. And so it seemed to make sense that if we were going to make one, it would line up with the pantheon of past Ancients. So we have Ancients like the Ancient of War, the Ancient of Lore. Their look aesthetically fits their purpose. And so looking back and researching that and seeing that is what helped me kind of inform where I went from there. Once I have that reference board put together and I take a look at it, I start drawing real small. I look for a shape that is kind of a good base to work off of. And then I'll start to work in more specific details as more of the larger shapes start to make sense. I wanted it to feel like a natural grove that a player may stumble upon, and then they just take a seat on this conveniently saddle-looking root system, and then suddenly it uplifts and the character's surprised he's found himself on an ancient. The whole point of the concept, it's just, all it is a blueprint or a guide. From there, I open up 3D Max, I start modeling it. I ended up keeping a lot of the foliage that was in the original Ancient because a lot of that stuff was already there. And then there was a couple major parts of the creature that had to be created from scratch. So that would be like his main torso and his head and the tree. And for those, I used ZBrush to kind of sculpt out a mesh to use as a base to retopo a low poly model that would be acceptable for the game engine. Finally, for the texture, I used 3D Coat. It's a great, powerful tool. Anybody who wants to do hand-painted textures should definitely look into using it.
When rigging starts to build the rig for the animators, we talk it over with the designer and we decide to figure out what the best kind of topology is for better deformation for the animators to get a more lifelike capture. Deformation is basically how your skin moves on the bones, so the geometry itself gets attached. As far as how your arm moves and how your skin moves when you articulate your wrist, your elbows, beard, ears, you want to kind of get a general sense of how the head is going to turn or how the elbow is going to bend and get a better understanding of how it's going to deform. After that, you add controls for the animators so they'll be able to move those bones without having to worry about what's underneath the hood. They can just go for the visual look where they have the controls and animate just like a puppet.
After character art and rigging had finished with the model, they passed off to animation to breathe some life into it. The Wandering Ancient was a bit of a unique starting point. We had animations available to us from 16 or 17 years ago that really helped capture the spirit and personality for the creature. We wanted to use those as foundations to build upon, and with the updated rig, we were able to go in and add new motion and life on top of this creature. We do this by a process called keyframe animation, which follows the rules set by traditional animation in the past. We're able to use 3D software to use the rig and model to bring personality and motion into the character. Animation is really drawn from inspiration from the real world. Watching creatures and animals, how they move, you pick up these little things you might not think of. So it's really important to study the movement of nature and other humans to really figure out how your animation might better sell the motion and the physics behind it. A lot of creatures and characters in World of Warcraft don't exist in the real world. For this situation, we like to film ourselves for reference. It helps us get in the mindset and feel the personality of the character or creature and really helps sell the motion that they might use.
So my first step as a sound designer is to look at the model, to look at the animations that the art team has already made, and get familiar with the personality of the creature, with the material types that they've used, how fast is it, how does it move, and then I can start putting together sounds that will help reinforce that. So what is it made out of? Well, in this case, we have, obviously it's a tree, so he's got his creaking wood elements, he's got his shaking leaves, but he's a creature that's sentient, he has a personality, so what would he sound like? What kind of vocalizations would he make?
Just basic walking animation.
So working with Glenn on the Ancient was awesome. Glenn has defined so much of the sound of Warcraft over the years, and he's already contributed his voice to helping to define what these creatures have sounded like in previous iterations. So knowing that we were going to make a newer version of it for this mount was a cool opportunity to have him jump in and add his vocal layers, knowing that it's maybe a little smaller than the other Ancients that have been in WoW in the past, and it's maybe a little more inquisitive, a little friendlier.
To help with the vocal layers, I'm going to do a creaking layer as well for the idols and longer ones. So.
One major tool for sound design is using layers to kind of composite together a coherent sound. So in the case of this huge tree creature, he has layers of leaves rustling, layers of branches moving as he shifts around. He's got his footsteps that are built out of a thud, the tree trunk itself kind of shifting and creaking and groaning, and then layers of his vocalizations as he's kind of making little idle sounds. So all of that comes together to create this one coherent set of sounds, but it's actually built out of a huge number of individual parts. It feels like a big organic creature where every time he moves, every one of his footsteps, his overall movement, there's a lot of variety there.
One of the ideas that came up was the changing of the colors of the leaves with the seasons.
I thought it was really fun to have these little extra Easter eggs, I guess, hiding on the mount, and it really helps bring the character's story and personality to a more unique place.
The team also added a little caterpillar to the top of the tree as a nod to the caterpillar that did not win the contest.
Oh yeah, the grub. I didn't have any part of that. That's actually all John. He did it himself.
When I had initially pitched the concept to the team, Kelvin Tan he suggested, hey, why don't we put something like, I don't know, maybe like a little caterpillar or something like that. So that actually ended up being, for me, one of the more kind of standout features for the mount, because it almost looks like the caterpillar himself is in control of the mount, kind of sitting back.
What I would like to see if the community take from this is to see how much, emotion and love was put into it. Most artists here are also gamers and also WoW players. So it's one of those things where there's another group of players that are with the community, that are part of the community, that are just as involved in this as the community is.
So hopefully the first time you summon this mount, it's an awesome experience. That the visual and the sound just feel really rewarding, and it's a super cool thing to hear. And the first time you do the mount special and see its cool animations and all the sounds, and you start riding around the world and hearing the different little idols and sounds that it makes, I hope that matches the level of enthusiasm that people had for seeing this thing and all the cool fan art people have made for it.
Continuing to support the game, continuing to be passionate and excited for what we do. It's really a big part of what keeps me going to continue to work on this game. It makes me just feel super humbled and excited to continue doing what I do, so.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
Every year, the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International host the highest level PvP and PvE competitions Azeroth has ever seen. And this next year will be no different. In 2020, we introduced to the AWC circuit, a round-robin format that pinned the 8 best teams in North America and Europe to battle over 4 weekends. We are thrilled to announce the return of the AWC circuit in Shadowlands, with 2 seasons in 2021. Even the most seasoned arena veterans started online, and so can you. The road to Gladiator is open, but only for those willing to take on the challenge. To get started, queue up and find your team, then head over to our registration portal for the next cup in your region. Anyone can sign up and compete, but only the top 8 teams who come out the strongest in the cups will receive invitations to compete in the first season of the AWC circuit. Each circuit season will host 4 weekends of round robin. The 4 best teams of each region will move on to the Season 1 Finals, a mid-season, double elimination tournament with $200,000 on the line. Teams who place top 6 in the first circuit season will automatically qualify to compete in the second season of circuit. However, the bottom 2 teams in the circuit will face challengers in a relegation tournament for a spot in the next circuit season. The relegation tournament will feature open registration and will be double elimination. The top 2 teams of each region will receive an invitation to compete in the second season of the AWC circuit. After 2 seasons of circuit, only the most determined will remain to compete in the Arena World Championship 2021 Grand Finals. Whether you're a Rank 1 Gladiator, an aspiring challenger, or even somewhere in between, this is your path to glory. It's time to queue up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to BlizzConline. I'm so happy to have you here. My name is Andrea Toyes. I'm the Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard, a job that I love very, very much. And I can't even begin to tell you how absolutely thrilled I am to be here with you today, to still bring voice actor panels to you despite the madness of the world. I've got some amazing, amazing, amazing friends with me. So hopefully the camera will show you that we've brought together some of our favorite actors from World of Warcraft. So if you're at home, I want you to clap right now because I am thrilled beyond measure to have these great people with me. I mean, we were like wild puppies before the shoot started because I haven't seen my people in so long. I just was overwhelmed with tears and joy. And I think for all of us, we haven't seen each other in a year. And so we've all been heavily COVID tested. We've been following protocols so we could be here today to bring this love and this joy to you. Welcome to the World of Warcraft voice actor panel. We're calling this Voices of the Afterlife so we can really dive into Shadowlands and share the great work we've done. So yay for us. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us. I think we're gonna have a great time. So I think we'll just start with some introductions to show you all my great friends that are here. I want to bite them and chew them and hold them so bad. So I might have done an illegal hug. I don't know, maybe. I'm not going to admit to it. But I'm just going to start. I've got my wonderful, delicious, amazing friend, Max Middleman. He plays Erelon in the gorgeous Ardenweald piece and in game. So Max, these are our tribe. This is Max.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Hi.
Next to Max, I've got the one and only Sire Denathrius, also known as Ray Chase. Ray Chase, this is our tribe. This is Ray.
Hi, guys.
One of my favorite women on the whole planet, and I so deeply mean that.
My sister.
The fabulous Deborah Wilson, who plays Draka.
Yeah.
So everybody.
Hey, fam.
Yeah.
Hey, fam. Hey, World of Warcraft fam.
Oh my God, it's my girl. I love her. We have the fabulous. Steve and I talked. We couldn't have a panel about the afterlife without our Loa of Death, Buon Samedi, Alex Desert. So there he is right there.
Hey,
Alex,
what's
tribe,
up, everybody?
Alex.
How you doing, tribe?
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Again. And of course, we couldn't talk Shadowlands. There's no way we could do Shadowlands without our fabulous, most beloved, our king, our Anduin Wrynn, also known as Josh Keaton. Josh,
thank you very much.
It's our people.
What's up, people?
Yes.
Good to see everybody.
And then none of this would be possible without our fearless leader, our lead narrative designer, who I also like to call Cuddles. He likes it when I call him Cuddles. This is Steve Denuser, lead narrative designer. Steve, it's our people, of course.
Hey, everybody. It's awesome to be here with you.
Yes. Let's just clap for ourselves since there's nobody here.
And let's clap for the fam.
Yeah, all of you. I know. Yes. You know, it's weird. BlizzCon, and Steve and I always talk about this. BlizzCon to me is better than Christmas. It's really, for all of us who've been, it's better than Christmas, and it felt so weird. I don't know how you guys were, but it felt really weird to not be there with you. So we're really gonna hang out and chat and just talk life, talk game, and talk about everything we've been through in the last year, because even though we couldn't be with you in Anaheim, we want to be with you here in spirit. So that's what we're going to do today. And hopefully the camera's getting our, what do you guys think about the set, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Awesome. Can I move in?
I know. Well, I told them, like, now, just so you guys can get this on camera, every year the voice actor stage better look like this or I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. So yeah, welcome. I love you. I'm so happy to be here. I want to talk to Steve first, because Steve and I talked a little bit. You know, this is the first game that Blizzard did in the pandemic, right? I mean, I think March 13th, we got the call that we were all going to work from home.
There's the call now.
Yes. We're going to work from home, and thus we had to figure out, we have to make Shadowlands happen from home. I think at that point we had very little content recorded. And so we did. So Steve, I want to talk to you because I haven't seen you. We've only talked a little bit in sessions. It's the first time I've seen Cuddles.
I know.
So Cuddles, what was it like having to make this game and write this game about the afterlife and these crazy heavy topics during a pandemic? I mean, for you personally, this is tough.
Well, it was tough, and it was a really scary time at first because when this started happening, we didn't know if we could have voices. We didn't know if we could pull it off even. And we had very frank conversations like, is this going to be a silent expansion, you know, or very minimal? And we talked about like, well, could we, you know, go back later after things are normal and record it then and put the stuff in? And you know, we, over the past few expansions especially, voice acting has just, we've taken it to new levels, and it's become such an important part of the game, and there's been so many memorable performances. And at the end of the day, we decided we had to find a way. We had to find a way to make it work. And thanks to our amazing sound team, our amazing engineers, we somehow pulled it together and once again executed at a really high level. And all the new actors who came in who've never been in WoW before, to have to bring everybody in and say, hey, you know, this is this afterlife that we're we're going to be laying out there for our fans. It was a huge undertaking, but just super proud of the way that everyone came together and showed such commitment to this.
Yeah.
We knew we wanted to do the right thing for the game, and it was amazing.
Yeah, we really did have a talk at a certain point. I remember having a conversation either with you or WoW leadership, I forget, but maybe we have to ship this game with no VO because we didn't know. But before we even go into that, I mean, I know for myself I felt this way. To have to be creative when I was feeling down and blue and having to deliver and create was very difficult. So before we even get into the game, I want to know how all of you are doing. You know, 2020 was hard, and from that I want to segue into what it's like to create under a pandemic from your closet at home, went by yourself, and you're scared about the world melting down. So before we even get into that, I had a rough year, man. Summer almost broke me. I had some dark days, and I'm just wondering how you got through it. How you doing? How's everybody?
I'm doing okay.
You got the wild COVID hair.
Yeah, I got the wild COVID
amazing.
hair. I've gained
Yes,
a few
you have.
pounds.
More to cuddle.
Lot of junk food.
Yes.
Lot of food delivery and picking up stuff and just eating whatever. But yeah, I mean, I have two young kids. They're both in school, so they've been doing their Zoom classrooms, and that's been kind of just the way it's been for the last year. Is like having 2 Zoom sessions going there, and then having one for recording VO for me. So there's like 3 Zoom sessions going pretty much all day long. But otherwise, it hasn't been too bad. I mean, I've always been kind of an introvert anyway, so like just being at home has been okay. I do really miss, like I actually didn't really realize until today how much I missed the human contact, because I saw Max and I was like, what's up, man? And I saw Alex, and I saw Deborah, and I just met Ray, and it just, that's when you really start to realize how much you miss that human connection when you have a little taste of it. And yeah, so I mean, that's how it's been for me, but funnily enough, I got back into World of Warcraft during the pandemic.
Good to hear.
So I started playing BFA again, and I started doing old content, and then now playing Shadowlands. So that's kind of been a cool social thing for me to do, just to go and feel like I'm getting out somewhere, and questing and doing things with other people, and that's been kind of nice for my sanity.
Yeah, so World of Warcraft saved you, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like half the reason I do voiceover is because there's the creative part of it, but there's also the being able to see people. So that's really been tough for me, even though it's been nice that I get to continue to record from my home studio, which is just my walk-in closet. I still am missing such a huge component, which is going in and having that interaction. And as much of an introvert as I am, like Josh, I realized in quarantine just how much I miss getting to see people face to face. And like the session we had, it's so much easier to sort of execute, you know, your vision and sort of come together collaboratively when we're all in the same room. But yeah, and you know, I miss that. But Netflix has been nice. And Delivery.
Yes.
And Schitt's Creek.
Yes,
And,
great show.
Queen's Gambit.
Yes,
So
yes.
good.
So you're doing okay, you held steady.
I'm doing okay. I have ups and downs, but I'm trying to focus on what I have to be grateful for.
Absolutely.
Because when I'm feeling the most depressed, I think about all the things that I do have.
Yes.
So.
I feel like I'm never going to take a hug for granted again. I mean, I mean, when I do sneak in a rogue hug every once in a while, it's so much more meaningful now. I feel like I'll never take human touch for granted again, you know? And to your point, focusing on gratitude, because there's some dark days, man, and then you just got to go, okay, you know what? Just sit down and calm down and eat some potato chips. You're going to be fine. What about you guys? Alex?
I think we were saying before, too, it's been interesting with this whole time that we're living in. It's like, you know, I'll have couple of days where I'm on point. We're good. And then the next day I'm like, oh, this sucks. And then I'll get back to being good. And it's an interesting thing because I thought it was just me until I talked to my friends. They're like, no, that's happening to me as well. So the odd thing about this whole time is, as alone as we feel, we're not alone because everybody seems to be going through the same thing. And I'll honestly say, I've been searching for silver linings everywhere, and I've been finding them everywhere. And I don't know about you guys. Have you guys reached out to people you haven't talked to?
Oh, yeah.
For years?
Yes.
Now talk about, you know, finding some light and some dark. There it is right there. So that being said, I'm grateful for that, and that golf is a social distance sport.
Right.
Or rather game, because if you can smoke while you're doing it, it's a game. So no, I'm really grateful. It's like really finding the little things, and the fact that we get to do this.
The fact that we're here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like when we all got here, like I said earlier, we went wild like little puppies because how lucky we are to be here right now. And when I say we, I don't just mean us, I mean all of you at home. I want you to know that for all of us, we're holding you in our hearts. You're here with us right now. So we all get to do this right now. Ray, Deborah, how are you guys? How are you holding steady?
The interesting thing for me is I don't have children, and I'm not married. So the complexities of having a family, the complexities of being married, and holding those relationships in a different space, I get why people go like, it's driving me mad, or all these things. But I've always been this person who is living her first childhood, not her second, but at my age, living my first childhood. And I've never let that go because I've been honored and privileged to be married but divorced, have my own space pretty much for a very long time, and have scorpions and tarantulas and fish and a dog and do whatever I want and get tattooed and pierced. So there was always this sense of privilege of my own that I've created for myself. And as a kid, I was always that homebody. I never considered myself by myself, but with myself. And the darker stuff for me was prior to any of this in years. It was a dark descent in my own personal life for many other reasons. And I'm talking very, very dark, where it was rock bottom. And because I had hit such powerful, dark rock bottoms, I knew that I would never go there again. And it was important for me to stay spiritually grounded, because I knew that everything has a rise and an emergence, and everything happens for a reason, and everything has to be spilled out to examined and look so that we can discern and disseminate the make and measure of who we are in the center of it all. So when we're privileged and when we're in our bubbles, everything is comfortable, and we find that balance no matter what is teetering in our life. But when something like this happens, it really calls upon us to bring ourselves into a different type of light and to accept our darkness, because that's how we transmute it into light. You know, the light is just not there. The light is already within you, but it's okay. And giving yourself the opportunity to say, you know what, it's okay that I feel this way. It's okay that I'm going through this. I'm fine with this because I'm gonna use this to transmute it into something else. And it took me a long time to do that prior to any of this, in such a dark descent in my life, that I was prepared. And in the process of being prepared, the one thing I wanted to not lose control of, even though I was out of control of a lot of things in the world and that was happening, is I was always going to be in control of my compassion, my kindness. I was always going to be in control of calling the people I love and say, hey, I haven't called you in a while, and the reason I'm calling you is because of this pandemic. And I want to know how you are, and I haven't spoken to you in a while, and thank goodness for Zoom, and thank goodness for FaceTime. And being able to go, all of those things I can now use in such a powerful way to connect, because I was making sure that I stayed connected and bolstered to myself, to my higher self. But it took me, like I said, not so much the pandemic for that to happen, but stuff prior to that was so dark that I just knew I could never go back there again. So when this dark happened, I thought more of other people who have families, who have friends, who've lost jobs, who've lost brothers and sisters and family members, who are suffering right now, who are in pain, who don't want to hear the happy side of my own life. But I want to be able to go, compassionate-wise, this ain't about me. This is about you sharing where you are, so I can step into your shoes and ask you, how can I serve you even from a distance? What kind of love can I give from you from a distance? What can we share so that you can talk about and completely vomit out everything you need to that's going on in your personal life, so that you go, I feel better. Now let's talk about the fun. for a moment, and let's get back to telling each other how much we love each other.
Yeah, and amen. And I mean, that's why this sounds like a joke. It's not. There's times, I don't know if I've told you, I'll have a bad day, and I'm not kidding. I go, what would Deborah do right now? I'm not even kidding. I'm not, because I feel like it's easy to go to this kind of dark place, but you are such a bastion of light and power in this world, and that's a great example of it. And I really mean that, because you see things differently in a way that reminds us how to be human. So I think that one of the benefits of this pandemic is slowing us down and connecting us in ways that we've in some ways we forgot how to be connected. We were so distracted with this and that, and now it's slowed us down to stay connected.
Absolutely, because you know what? This is only reflective of the viruses that we haven't killed.
Absolutely.
Killed within ourselves.
I know. That's
our
so true.
complacency.
Yes, all of it.
Our fear, all of the things that we haven't grown within ourselves, our hatred. Because this is not just about the pandemic, the Black Lives Matter movement, the rise of the LGBTQ community. People who are choosing to really experience and express their authentic self without the fear of violence. And living, and this is the 21st century we're talking about, where people are still being killed for a belief system. And for who they truly are to live their authentic selves. And because of that, there are so many viruses that we have to look at in ourselves that we go, what am I doing in the center of this? Who am I in the center of this? What am I contributing to the center?
All these things to ask ourselves. It's a hard act to follow, Steve and Ray. I'm sorry, but
I don't want to go
what else can be said?
I played a lot of video games this
so Ray,
year.
Yeah,
it was really rough.
Ray, how have you survived? So how have you been doing? Ray also has the best COVID hair. I would kill for that hair.
Thank you.
So Ray, how have you been doing? You're supposed to be sitting in the Sardonathrius pose, by the way.
It just happened to be that I ended up getting the largest seat in the room.
So how have you survived all this? Are you doing all right?
We had an odd thing. We got married. We had a very poorly...
Congratulations.
We had a very poorly timed wedding. It was March 21st of last year, and it was originally like a 50-person wedding, and then the week before it was, oh, we can't gather in groups of more than 20. It's now a 20-person wedding, and then it was, 5, and then at the very end, it was in our backyard, and 2 people showed up. Just her parents.
But so special.
It was really, it ended up being special, and we got the cake all to ourselves. So it ended up being okay,
Yeah, so you made it through all right. That's lovely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's great. It's nice, these things that, it's like I feel like these things that happen to us mean more than just a blur in a timeline. Now every little thing matters. Steve, what about you? How you doing? Because you had to keep yourself healthy and then write a game about the afterlife. So how are you? Then start there. How are you? How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Like everybody else, there's ups and downs, but it's, the important thing to remember is that none of this is an equation to be solved. Like you don't just figure it out and go, oh, okay, I'm good now. It's fine to have those ups and downs, to have good days and bad days. That's natural.
And just weather the storms.
And just weather the storm and just, keep pushing forward. But
so what was it like then? It was just so weird that we're this game Shadowlands and the themes of it while there's a pandemic going on. So did you have to meet with a team to kind of go, okay, we're going to go into this dark place while the world is kind of dark? What was that creative process like?
Well, it was, we were already had things underway. These expansions take so long to, from first conception to agreeing upon, the basic ideas to developing those out. So everybody knew what we were going to be doing. Everybody was already kind of bought into that. But, the crazy thing is that so much of my job, like I have 2 major phases of it. And the first phase is like getting people together and jamming on ideas and sharing story ideas and going back and forth and kind of honing out so those best ideas rise to the top. And that's it's always been a very in-person thing. It's people gathered around, we're all sitting around a table, we're all jamming on stuff and just feeding off one another's energy, and that face-to-face connection was super important to that. And then another part of my job is, after those ideas get distilled down, is kind of like preaching it to other people, like going to different groups, to the engineers, to the sound team, to whomever, and saying, this is what we're doing, and getting all excited about it. Again, a very face-to-face thing, and feeding off people's energies and seeing how they're reacting to, like, what are they raising their eyebrows at? What are they nodding to? All those kinds of cues that are so important in this physical space. And when we first all went home, and we didn't know how long it would be for. Will it be for a couple weeks, for a month, for who knows? I remember that first week, we started having Zoom meetings and stuff like that, and I just thought, oh my God, this is not going to work. I'm a failure. I'm gonna lose it. This is where the the rug gets pulled out, and this is people figure me out now that I can't do this. And that first week was really hard, and I questioned myself, and I just doubted whether we could do this successfully. And then the second week, it got a little easier, and started making those connections. And some of those meetings were like, man, that was really good. Like, had some of that same energy. And by the third week, I didn't have any doubts anymore. I knew that we could do it. I knew it would take longer. I knew that it would be harder, and we would have those ups and downs, and we'd have fits and starts and all that sort of thing. But from that point on, I never questioned that we would make something great.
Yes, that's great.
Because even through the screens and through the wires and this distance and everything, I still felt that connection to the people that I'm in the trenches with every day. And we carried that forth from the game team to these acting sessions, the voice sessions, and just that energy and that power and that trust was super important, and that's what got us through.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully said. I feel like for myself and probably all of you, but for Steve and I working at Blizzard on this game, it's like a mission, a goal. You know, we knew we had something bigger to work on it, and rather than, there's sometimes I didn't want to get out of bed, and I didn't, but then there's days when I'm like, we got to get up, we got to do this game, we got to commit. So even though we were distant, because Blizzard very much is a tribe, it's really palpable, but I think to your point, there was something greater than ourselves that kept us going. Yeah. And was it, I mean, these are some dark tones in this game. I mean, did that come up? I mean, you had to write some heavy content.
It is, but I think of Shadowlands as a very optimistic expansion.
Yeah, what's your take on the game? I want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to have essentially a blank canvas to think about what does the afterlife for World of Warcraft mean. We've gone to all these crazy places. We've gone to hidden places on Azeroth. We've gone to other worlds, time-wiminess, all that sort of stuff. And this was a chance to go to this entirely different reality, basically. That had only been hinted at before. We'd only talked about Shadowlands as a concept, and we'd had some characters like Bwansamdi who had given us little footholds and dipped our toes into the realm of death before, but we had never fully immersed ourselves into it. And one of the things that I kind of fixated on early on was this idea that humans, we think of death, we think of that as an ending, but for the Shadowlands, death is just a beginning. Death is a source of energy. Death is a source of existence for all these people. And there's lines in game where some of the characters who exist in the Shadowlands, even though they are of death, I always say it's death with a capital D, death as an energy, death as a force.
Death as an energy, that's heavy.
Death is a kind of magic that animates all of these things. So the irony is that even in this realm of supposed death, things are very much alive, and there's characters there, people that you make connections with, as many of the characters here on this very panel. Players feel just as real a connection to someone like Erelon, or when they're in the raid against Sire Denathrius and all the things that he said. Like, those are real connections, and it doesn't matter that this is an afterlife setting. It's still World of Warcraft, and at the end of the day, that's what people come back to and are drawn to.
Absolutely, and I really want to talk about all the work that our actors did, but I want you to talk about one thing you were talking about before the cameras rolled, and that was, we were saying Josh is a big WoW player, in case you guys don't know. I mean, you can talk WoW probably more than Steve.
He's after my job. We all know
totally. Well, we don't really need you anymore. He's got better hair.
Yeah,
so
I know. He's got hair.
But we were talking, you were saying how in Shadowlands, and I know from having to cast 1 million races, that we have more races than ever. And I want you to talk about how you approached writing it with all the realms and the Post-it notes and because that's bananas. I want to know how you got from that crazy writing process to these great people here today.
Yeah, well, it is, creating this is no one person's job, first of all. To make that clear, like, I work with tremendous people. Yes. We have tremendous designers and artists and engineers and just a whole team that lives and breathes this world and this story. So everything I do is a collaboration. I don't do anything on my own.
Yes.
So we lift each other up, and when people have good days, they help everyone, and when they have bad days, then they lean on other people, and that's super important. But for my part of it, I'm always try to focus on the big picture and, like, what does Shadowlands mean, and what are the themes that we're going to be exploring as we're telling these stories. And so I literally mapped out this corkboard that once we had settled on what our realms would be, the realms of death, Revendreth and Ardenweald and Bastion and Maldraxxus and the Maw, I started making little notes about what words are associated with these places. So places like Revendreth, that was about pride, but also about redemption in ways, and sin and arrogance, but also finding a path to pay for those sins. Maldraxxus was about struggle, it was about chaos, it was about rising up a ladder to prove yourself. There are good qualities in that as well. And so it was about finding all of those themes for all of these different places. And then I could look at that and see how a theme in Bastion connected to a theme in Maldraxxus. And then that's a great fodder for a quest designer. You go in and say, oh, I can build a line that takes me from this place to this place. And then now I have characters that have something in common that they can interact. So places that on the surface looked very different from one another actually have a lot of threads connecting them. And I think that's one of the hallmarks of WoW, is that kind of storytelling where there's so many threads that are connecting characters and connecting points in time and connecting places. It just makes it feel like a lived-in world, and we wanted that for the Shadowlands as well.
I was teasing Steve, saying that he probably looked like a serial killer with his little, no, it's the cops who do that with the boards and the thread and the yarn and mapping it all with crazy scribbles all over the wall. I wish I could see a picture of your house during Shadowlands, just of all these crazy notes and things.
Yeah.
Okay, so Revendreth was sin and purging. Maldraxxus was kind of survival. Ardenweald?
Ardenweald is about renewal. It's about, there's a side to it that is sleep and restoration. But then there's a part of waking up too. It's part of a cycle. That's the key thing about Revendreth. It plays a unique part in the Shadowlands because it is where life and death intersect. And there's a lot of, we're going to be exploring that in that relationship in future content as well, because it is a key thing that death doesn't stand on its own. Death and life are intertwined, both for our players' characters who are living mortals, traversing the realms of death, but also for these forces that are in this realm of death themselves. They know that they have this connection to this other force, life with a capital L, if you will.
It's just so powerful to talk about during these crazy times, right? But the million-dollar question for me, which I was teasing you about, but I want an answer, if you die in the afterlife, you're double dead? What are you? I want to clarify.
The answer is
you die in
different
the
depending
afterlife.
on if you're living more. Let's just not go into that.
Okay. Well,
that's for a more deep dive.
Can you work on that for me? I need you to work on that for me.
I'm happy to answer it for
I love when I see the tweets going, yo, I'm dead in the afterlife. Does that mean I'm
double dead?
Double dead. Double dead.
If you want the real answer, it's our player characters, like, as Josh knows well, when they die, something nudges them back to life, some force, some tether, some connection. And that is because our heroes, our player characters, are tied to the life force of Azeroth itself. And it's that connection that keeps them going, even when the odds are against them.
It's really beautiful. I mean, it's just really beautiful how what you're talking about is a video game, yes, but so much of it can apply to real life and death and the connections in death that stay with us and push us forward. That's what was so heavy in these moments of recording Shadowlands. I myself, we've had several sessions, many sessions, I would argue, that really brought us to tears, that were heavy, that were intense, and all of that. So I think that's a great segue. I'm going to kind of go around for our fans at home. I'm going to talk to each actor about their roles. We've got some great footage of everything they did, because we really did have some magical moments, many magical moments in the recording of Shadowlands, I would say. And one of the first that I can recall is my beautiful Erelon in the Ardenweald piece. I mean, I got to tell you, our cinematic director, Mark Messengers, that was his piece, and I told you this, Mark had to leave Max's session when we recorded for Ardenweald because he was crying so much he had to walk out of the booth. Because even when I watch it now, I've directed you in that piece, and I've seen the piece, and it still gets me.
Yeah.
So I remember that day like it was yesterday. Let's watch some footage of it first so we can remind everybody. Then I want to talk to you about it, because it's just delight. It's just poetry.
Great.
So we're going to see Erelon in the Ardenweald piece.
One last time, you serve the wilds. You will not be forgotten. Forgive me, friend. I will hunt for you, my queen. For Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save. I swear it. I swear it.
It just gets you, right? It just I can't make it through that piece. And we recorded this before COVID hit, and watching it now, I feel like I see it even deeper and more profoundly because, I lost my 19-year-old cat last Christmas, and when every time I watch it, I think of any loss that we have, and the grief yet beauty in it. So, do you remember that? I remember that day. Like
I do. It's such a heartbreaking story. By the way, something I just noticed is that the Winter Queen gets teary-eyed in the visual, which is like, whoa, for her to. My mom actually, when she watched this, she never cries at animated stuff, right? But she called me and she was like, I just watched your. I was like, yes. But it's a heartbreaking thing that he has to go through.
Yes.
He's sworn this oath to protect his grove, these souls, and he's given a choice where he can continue to protect the one soul that's left, or he can serve the greater good. He can sacrifice this soul for the greater good, and he chooses the greater good. And it's a Sophie's choice. It's
absolutely
just so heartbreaking.
Yes.
But I remember going into that session, I was in a weird creative rut in my life, in my acting career, and which can happen to all creative people. It can happen to writers, it can happen to singers and musicians and dancers and everybody. So I was in that place where I felt like I was doing the same thing sort of over and over and over again. And rarely do you get to work on something that is so filled with this, it's so well written, it's got so much for you to grasp as an actor. The lore is there's so much there. And I remember leaving that session feeling the complete opposite going into it. I felt so fulfilled. And I told you, it was such an honor to be able to do that. And you only get to really do this kind of thing with video games, I feel like, for voice acting. Or it's rare that you get to do it with other forms of voice acting. So I was just so thrilled, And part of the reason that, like I said, that I'm able to feel this way is because the writing is so good. Like, I can go in and, I don't know about you guys, when you're creating a character, when you're auditioning for a character, I latch on to adjectives because it's the easiest thing to use. So for Erelon, that's he's loyal, he's dedicated, he's compassionate, he's strong-willed, and all these things create one layer of a character. But having the writing be so rich, when you get to the session, you learn these other things about the world and the character and how he relates and these threads that connect, it adds a whole nother layer, and I think that's what you need if you want a character to be compelling. So, it's just such a joy as an actor to be able to work on this kind of thing.
And I remember talking to you in the kitchen that day because we got a lot of auditions in for Erelon, and yours was just, if we had used your audition for the piece, it would have been perfect. And we talked about your preparation, you put work, maybe like you're saying the adjective. So what, for a character like Erelon, how did you prepare to audition? Because your audition was perfect. Do you remember what you did?
Thank you. It's with an audition, it's tough. There was an image in the audition. I remember it said something like, a picture is so helpful. To see a picture, I don't even think it was finished.
Right,
it
that's
wasn't
correct.
the real thing. But it's very helpful to have a picture and sort of the adjectives together. There was a little backstory, so I could latch onto that as well. But you're taking big swings. So, I don't really have the answers when I'm in the audition, so I took some swings, and luckily,
it was great.
Yeah, it worked.
And for me, I think Erelon, and Steve, what do you think? I feel like with Erelon, there's such a juxtaposition of raw vulnerability and delicacy, but yet power and strength and courage. So for me, Erelon's one of my favorites because he does balance out those two things. Is that how you perceive Erelon? I mean, he's just such a magnificent character.
Yeah, and for people who, a little insight into our process, typically the way that it works is we'll write up on our side, we'll write up a casting sheet for this is who the character is, and this is what role it's going to play in the game, and this is what is important about it, and we give that to you, and then you'll usually doctor it up so that you're not revealing any of our secrets and the lore deep dives
throwing
and stuff.
some actor speak into it.
You're giving the actors what they need to be able to pull from that. And so, yeah, those were the things that were super important about Erelon. And then you deliver a batch of auditions, and we listen to them together, and I give you my thoughts on those.
And like, ignore everything you tell me.
Yeah, yes, exactly. But we find what that core is, and like, what are the things that stand out about this audition that really hit home for that character? And that was the thing. It was Erelon needed to be sincere. He needed to be someone that you could tell he cared about what he did. And so that was what was so crucial about that performance, and it just nailed it perfectly. I've seen that cinematic from, because it was made by our story and franchise team. But I'm in the room from like the first script and going over the notes and everything, and storyboards to like early animatic to, you know, the art pieces coming in, temp voiceover and all that kind of stuff. Every time I cried with that, like every time I could see it. And then when the final performance came in and the music came in, I freaking lost it, man, because it was just so perfectly done. It just brought everything together.
And I'm going to tell you something I didn't tell you. Whenever I sent the casting doc out, I listened to everything and I gave everybody a chance for sure, but I knew it had to be you. Because I always look for actors. All of you here to me represent, I always look, successful casting is when the person themselves really connects with the character. And you are so full of love and light and beauty and strength and endurance and power. So I knew that your heart would come through so powerfully, and it did. So I love you so much. Erelon was such a beautiful piece, and I treasure that session so much.
It's one of my favorite things that I've ever done.
Yes, it's wonderful. Well, great. Well, so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So of course that leads us to Sire Denathrius, and I love that I said I look for actors who connect to their character. So clearly,
pure evil.
Pure evil. When I think about Ray Chase, it's pure evil.
I've known him for a long time, and I can confirm.
Pure evil, pure menacing evil.
Not nothing, but good looking.
Yeah, very great hair, great hair.
Something someone evil would say.
So before we talk to you, I mean, this Denathrius piece, I could just, all of your pieces I could watch over and over, but Denathrius, what a nasty person to love.
Yes, absolutely.
So let's watch the lovely Revendreth piece. Let's watch that.
To the good people of Revendreth, it is with optimism that I address you today. Though these are challenging times. Firstly, I assure you that our holy mission to help the most violent and wicked souls atone for their sins is and always will be our utmost priority. Our rituals are effective. Our judgment keen but fair. We, Venthyr, remain committed to bringing eventual redemption to all who desire it. It is through your faithful work that even the most evil and prideful beings may ultimately be spared an eternity in the maw.
God, it's so good. Wow. It's so good.
Wow. Just the juxtaposition of what
I know, and I'm like, that voice is coming out of this person. It's crazy.
Wow. That is my natural speaking voice.
Yeah, if I were you, I would talk like that all the damn time at the drive-thru. You name it, I would talk like that. But again, I remember your session so clearly because I remember we played classical music in your cans. And you had like a cup of tea.
I had a tea,
Yes, and you just so delicately drank the tea. Oh. So talk to us about, I want to know, where did this voice come from? He's amazing. So tell us where Denathrius came from.
Coming from being just, I just wanted the most, we use that word a lot, delicious, to talk about this character, but just a nice, silky, deep voice, and of course it has to be British. I'm really glad, I'm very thankful to you, Steve, for letting me say Revendreth a lot, because it has two R's that I can roll. Revendreth, all the time. It's so nice.
It's so good.
And I'm glad Max didn't snipe my story, but we both did our sessions the same week, and we called each other at some point to check in because we were always talking with each other, and we both said at the same time, I had the best session I ever had, and it was, and both of us just said, yeah, it was these for Warcraft. It was incredible. Just the directing, the writing, the characterization, and
that was another thing I forgot that. You do this. I don't think anybody else has done this, where they play music in your cans, and it
changes
such a delight. It changes everything.
Yes.
That's so cool that there was classical music.
Oh yes,
playing.
it was so
It was
perfect,
the music from the trailer. Yeah, it was perfect. And then you had me drink tea before saying every single line because he's in that drinking anima from a glass. It was perfect. I first met you at a casting workshop 7 years
That's
ago.
hard
and
to
I
believe.
remember you saying that that you always are looking for creative ways of getting performers to do their job. And being able to work on this with all of the cool bells and whistles, the Andrea Toyas toys, I guess, it really, really worked. It was super, super fun. I absolutely loved it.
It was great. So where did you, this voice, is it just vampire lore? Well, I think for us it was easy because smug politicians, you know, it was such timely content to draw from.
I couldn't believe it, and this was before COVID. I
Yes.
address you today through these challenging times.
Yeah,
Perfect
totally.
timing. It was crazy that so much of real world stuff was reflected in this.
It's crazy.
The big lie, saying the thing that accusing somebody else of doing the thing that you are doing, which is all that speech is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was very timely and interesting.
So how do you, where did you was it thinking about politicians? I think we were thinking about World War II propaganda. I forget what was in, how did you think you created him? What would you base him on if you had to kind of piece him together?
Oh man, I mean, big and blue.
Yeah.
And really, just, I don't know, I think that he loves himself more than anything. That's why he'll put himself before, you know, he's supposed to be in charge of this place, but all he's doing is farming all of this anima and using it all for himself and his cronies. I think that's really what that character's about. And he's got a cool sword that he doesn't even have to swing himself. It just goes on its own. I don't know. I just think he's such a well-designed character.
He's wonderful. Every time he talks, I think everybody stops because that voice coming out is amazing.
Yeah.
So I just think you did him beautifully. And I'm just so happy to bring you here to celebrate you because all the feedback, people went mental over Denathrius because I don't know, you luxuriate in your consonants, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out that Ray did choose the biggest chair for himself in this whole set. We got to choose our own seat.
It wasn't like a hesitation thing. It was just like, no, that's mine.
Oh, my throne, thank you.
Yeah. And again, I'm casting people who connect with their characters a little too well. So
Yes, no, I have no problem.
Oh, we love him. He's just fantastic.
Thank you.
Leader of the vampires. So it's so great to really celebrate the pieces that we did: Ardenweald, Revendreth, and now Maldraxxus, with our fabulous orc queen goddess that is you. And I still remember your session. Working with Deborah is magic because Deborah, I will watch Deborah and she physically, you can watch her, you haven't been to session yet with Deborah, she physically transforms, you just see zzz, and then it's just Draka. And the power that you bring to her is amazing. So let's watch a little bit of Draka to celebrate your magic and then we'll come and chat.
In life, I was Draka of the Frostwolf clan, a warrior who gave everything to protect what mattered most. But I was not done fighting. I am Draka, once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus.
So good. I tell you, to have such a strong, powerful female character that doesn't mess around is so inspiring. And I remember, Deborah, when you were in session recording this piece, I mean, you always stand upright, but I remember you just, the power and the steel in your spine when you recorded was, and your eyes were so focused, just amazing. So talk about that voice and how you brought her to life and what she means to you, all of that, because she's phenomenal.
Draka is powerful because she's been tortured. Tortured emotionally, tortured psychologically, tortured by death, tortured by life. And as an orc, that has to be used from the deepest part of one's body because nothing will ever get solved. It's an evolutionary process of saving and saving again and building your integrity and building your strength and building your character based on all the pain. And so the pain is important because it doesn't overwhelm you as a feminine or female energy. it only empowers you as what most people would see in society would be masculine. And it's not masculine. It's feminine energy. And that feminine space that she comes from is the loss of a child.
Yes.
And so she could either curl up and die, but that's not the orc way. And she uses that as something to push past the pain, drag it with her into missions, drag it with her into the statement of who she is and every experience that will take her on this journey. But doesn't use it as a reason or excuse of anything. Just keeps it for herself. It's almost like wearing a talisman and keeping that talisman inside your clothing. And no one needs to see it and no one needs to know that it's there, but it's close to your body, it's close to your heart, and you wear it on the inside, but never on the out.
I love it. So what part of you do you connect with? Like, what part of Deborah do you see as
all of it?
All of it, absolutely.
All of it. And the reason is because we're telling their orcs and their demons and their creatures and their characters and their vampires, but it's important for me when I go into a booth to tell and transmute the experience in a human story in terms of why people want to relate. And unless I'm putting something very personal in it, it's going to be a challenge for people to relate, and I will miss an aspect of authenticity. And for me personally, I can't afford to miss the authenticity because the story is much greater than me. The epic journey that you created for this character is a huge responsibility. And in taking on that responsibility, the part of the luggage that I bring with me, the part of the stuff that I have to bring with me is my own personal stuff, whether you know where it's coming from or not, or whether it's coming from those spaces that were created ideas and identity to build this being. I have to make it personal. I have to go deep, and I have to bring that to the surface of everything. My anger, my pain, my fear, my desire, my drive, my intention, because unless I'm doing that, then I'm missing something. And I'm trusting that you hired me because I refuse to miss something.
That's right. That's right. And talk about your physicality, because every character, Deborah has voiced a million amazing, there's no small role for you. Every character we give you, it just becomes something much bigger. But one thing I love about you is you physically transform. You commit your body, you commit your spirit and mind and your body to the character. That's a big thing. I see you physically shift. Talk about, because you've got to kind of feel her skin, right?
I have to. I have to disappear. It's what I call immersion. I have to be completely immersed in that experience because I'm not in a booth. I don't exist anymore. The world has to be around me, and so even if I'm home in a booth or even if I'm in a studio, it has to disappear. And it has to disappear because I'm focused on every relationship. I don't call it a relationship, every relationship, and in relating to everything, the environment, the temperature, what's below my feet. I'm grounding myself because I'm not wearing shoes, so I'll take my shoes off so that I can feel the expansion of what my orc feet would be on the ground. The air, am I seeing breath? Am I hearing things behind me? And the microphone disappears, and that becomes the being that I'm talking to. So when I ask to do another take, it's because they responded differently. And I need to say this again to them because they shifted away. Their eyes changed. They looked down. They are paying attention. And so each time my intention begins to grow and layer, because they did something different as I see them. So that's why when I have a tendency with Andrea to do this. Because I noticed they looked different. They had a different shift in their body. And when I recognize that shift, it helps to layer it. And at the same time, as I'm doing voice, it helps to give you different choices as well.
I love it. I mean, all of you, I feel like you so physically connect. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, and this is why it had to be Draka and it had to be Deborah, because when we're dealing with this place Maldraxxus, this afterlife about contention and strife and proving yourself, we had a million characters we could draw from. There are any number from the past of World of Warcraft that we could have plugged into Maldraxxus, and it would have been awesome. It would have been great. But Draka was important because her story is among the most human of stories. It is, like you were saying, it's a story of loss. It's about building yourself up, proving yourself up, and having it snatched away from you. And we all know what that is. We all have experienced that at points in our life. And Draka has a chance to take all of that and build a new future for herself and for this place. And so to be able to do that, you need a special actor to bring that to life, and that's what you have done so masterfully in this.
So powerfully. All of you, I mean, I really feel like all the casting we've done with our lead characters, all of you emulate our characters. So much of what our fans at home might love about these characters, you're actually loving the essence of these amazing humans on stage. I mean, honestly, it's just such a beautiful thing to behold, and we're so lucky to have you here. So we couldn't have a story about the afterlife without our Loa of Death, who, Steve and I think we're personally both in love with Alex, aren't we? We do talk.
Absolutely.
We are so
This
completely we have like Alex. No, Steve and I have shared like, I love Alex, no, I love him more, no, I love him more.
Seriously, texting videos back
Oh
and
my
forth.
God.
Did you see this performance?
We love him so,
Yes.
we love you so much.
gosh.
So let's see why we love you. A, you're so dapper and handsome, but let's see your footage as well, because
My
we love
ears
you.
are red now.
Well, this is a surprise. You're looking pretty good, Your Majesty. So, why have you come to see me?
I need your aid.
I see. You want to make a deal with me. Go on, go on.
Become my Loa. Grant me the power to recover my kingdom, and I will elevate you above all Loa.
Yes, so you get your kingdom back. All very nice. But soon you'll tired of old one Samdi. You go back to the living Loa, the one who bring the rain, makes the crops grow, not wither and die. No. I need more than just your word.
Got so good.
What the heck?
You know, it's so hard. I had to choose a clip, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna choose like 10-second clips. I couldn't. For all of you, I'm like, no, 15, 20, 30. Okay, 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes of the footage. It's so good.
Oh,
I know you were on a panel before, but where does he come from? I feel like I'm watching a gangster flick every time he comes on screen.
Well, first off, I want to say that I'm very jealous of his gun. Got to work on that. No, Bon Samdi. Actually, no. What I do love about Bon Samdi is that I get to tap into something I never get to do in my other acting career, is to be the mischievous, devilish, evil, but lovable guy. To me is fascinating. Initially, I think I got the idea for what I wanted to do from watching an old movie called Rockers, this old Jamaican movie. And there's some old Rastas in there. And the way everything them say is so deliberate. And then somehow when we got in the booth, we started playing with it and made them lighter and darker at the same time. And I don't know how we caught it, but it was that thing where you go, there it is, let's go. And really, I say this in all sincerity, this is one of the joys of my life, is when I get to play.
We love him so much, and I think, Steve, you can attest, the fans are nuts over Bon Samdi. And I think I talked about this on the last voice actor panel with you, but every time when we record in session, Alex doesn't stand behind the mic and record. He kind of does this like dapper.
Kind of got to lay.
Yeah, he kind of just lingers on his music stand. We have to keep moving the mic because Alex just kind of lingers and like, what do you want? Oh my God.
Well, it's
He's
interesting. It's
amazing.
great hearing this too, like what you were just talking about, and just how the physicality helps you.
Absolutely.
It helps you so much. And yeah, this cat's laid back, so come on, bring it.
So good.
You know, so much fun.
Yes. So what do you think he means when you create him? Is it kind of tapping into those old Rasta and?
Yeah. Started with the Rasta, and then Bon Samdi, and I was like, oh, Bon Samdi.
Ah.
Oh, we're going to Haiti.
That's right.
And okay, I've heard about this stuff, and so I was tapping into that. Yes, Jeffrey Holder was also in my brain, but yeah, it was just tapping into that and the idea of the darkness, but also not darkness, mischievousness.
Yes.
And it's how mischievous can we get? How can we ride that line? Just get right there.
Right there.
And I just love being able to just, don't mess with me. It's really.
I think you're right. I think he really is dark and light. And Steve, every time we're in session with you, Alex, we just laugh and laugh. Like you just find these interesting peaks and valleys and deliveries, and it's just, he takes these lines and suddenly it's like a whole other thing. I mean,
well, the joy is that, yes, we knew going into the sessions for Shadowlands with Alex, like we're so excited. We're like, oh, we can't wait to get Alex in the booth. It's going to be magical. But you never know when the magic is going to come, because you can write the lines, you can think a certain thing and plan for it, and then he finds just something else, and it's just delightful, and we collapse on the floor laughing. Do that again, do that again.
My favorite is this. We'll do the line, be like, wait, hold on. I want to try it this way. Hold on.
And just through tears, like we're saying it through tears because we're laughing so hard.
It's like, did Alex?
I know. It's amazing.
Take it. We're like, I don't care if it's a totally different line, take it.
Yep.
So right now, the line that Steve and I love most, can you just read the one on your card that's our most favorite? You know which one it is.
Which one?
The fussy.
Oh, hold on, I forgot my readers.
This is a line that when he did it, Steve and I are like, we don't care. We're changing the whole damn line.
I'm doing it's such a fussy pants, man. I got something here you're gonna want to see.
We're like, did he just say fussy pants?
Right.
Yes, he did. Print it.
Yes, that's the thing. Like most of the time we go into a session, we got our script printed out, and occasionally, you know, sometimes things happen in the booth, and you're like, oh, let's make a change here. But you know, they're not huge changes most of the time. But with Alex, it's like we'll just throw some lines out there, and I know they're just going to be rewritten on the fly. I've got the editor open. I'm in there just typing like crazy. I can't believe he said that. Let me throw that in there because it's just so much more delicious.
Yes.
Because it's just jamming together.
For Alex in particular, the script is just a suggestion. Here's what you're thinking, Alex. You do what you want to do.
And I thank you for that.
Oh my God. And I love it. And that's what I always say too, you know, it's nice when we as the devs come in and know what we want, but we have to give space for Draka, for Denathris, we give space to you because it's you as a person, your life story, your ideas and your thoughts that you want to try that really bring it to life. And Bon Samedi is like, he's just so delicious. I could listen to him all. We need like an audiobook. Steve, can we do a Bon Samedi audiobook?
I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think we got to do it. It'd be great. Or what if like just reading a user manual or something? It doesn't matter.
I'm with it.
Wow, we
love songs by Bon Samedi, like you were saying.
We love our Bon Samedi and the
What
fans.
the world needs now is love, sweet love.
Oh, God, it's so good. And I think I've seen a lot of romantic offers made to Bon Samedi on Twitter as well. I don't know if you see this. I'm like, there's a whole lot of fan fiction going on in your area. So well done, you. He's beloved. So, oh my God. I don't even know how to talk about Anduin. Let's watch some great Anduin footage because we're like sassy Anduin is all a go. So let's watch some Anduin footage to celebrate your greatness, Josh.
There she is again. You know, these endless lectures of yours
have failed to convince you. Regardless, the conversation is over. One way or another, we will have you. So I will offer this one last time. Join our cause, or be made to serve.
What kind of choice is that? Why even give me? It's the choice you never had. Despite all your grand designs, there's still some shred of your mortality haunting you. As if the Banshee Queen hasn't entirely eclipsed the Ranger General.
Don't.
Now I understand why you brought me here. Why you've tried so hard to persuade me. Because if you can get me to let go of hope, you finally can too.
Enough! Submit. You are only making this harder on yourself.
Not harder on me. Right now, you hold all the power. How will you use it?
I've not come this far to falter now.
Then why do you hesitate? Make your choice. Sylvanas Windrunner.
Kind of cut that. There's no cut point in there. Oh, so good. Yeah. You're all hangry in that video.
Yeah.
Kind of pissy. And what's going on?
I mean, he's been in the maw for all this time, and he's, you know, having to listen to Sylvanas wax poetic about everything. And
we were talking before the cameras went live about how he's just, we get to see Anduin, you know, he started off very formal and articulate, and now he's just like, I'm over it. I'm over you, I'm over this, let's tangle. So what's your take on him now?
Well, I mean, he's been through a lot.
Yeah.
He started out as the little kid that was in Stormwind and got thrown into being a king. I mean, losing his father in a horrible way, and now being expected by everybody to rule and lead the Alliance, and he's still kind of just a kid.
Yeah.
And he's having to figure all this stuff out, and he's been through a lot of bad things. I mean, he's seen the home of his friends, the elves, completely burned to the ground by Sylvanas. He's had his own military strategies and campaigns fail, and have to, you know, see more and more of his countrymen die. Not everything has gone well for him. And at the end of it all, he still kind of has this belief, this unshakable faith in the light that kind of really just lends to the optimism that he does have. And sometimes, I mean, it's kind of shown itself in the past to be somewhat naive, and he's having to deal with that. He's having to deal with the ramifications of these choices that he's made of perhaps trusting too much. And now we see that in here, where he's basically imprisoned, and having to find that strength, where he's still maintaining his faith in the light, and having that belief, and drawing so much strength from that. I mean, you could see at the end of that clip where his hands are open. I mean, his chest is exposed. He's offering himself up, and he's saying, he's basically telling Sylvanas, you're going to step to me, then let's see you do it. Bring it.
Yeah.
You know, he's finally, I mean, over the last couple expansions, he's gone from Anduin to Manduin.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, we really see it right there, where he's just done with her ish.
Absolutely.
Even in the beginning.
Absolutely.
In the beginning, where he's just like,
my favorite's when he's just like, oh, Jesus, you again.
There she is again.
So for you, what part of Josh do you think is an Anduin? Like, where do you think the two cross over?
Well, I grew up as a child actor.
Right.
I had very strict parents. I wasn't even allowed to watch like PG-13 movies. Like, I was very sheltered. And so I would say that. I mean, Anduin also grew up in a very sheltered life. And then when I finally got out on my own, when I finally kind of, you know, cut the umbilical cord and moved out of the house and tried to have my own life, like, life was there, and the world was there, and I was vastly unprepared for it. And so I definitely feel a kinship in him with him in that sense, in the sense of now having the world thrust upon you and feeling completely unprepared, but still having to rely on whatever optimism and hope that you have, that you can make this work. And so, I mean, that's pretty much what my own personal past that I draw from when I'm voicing Anduin. I mean, I've definitely, you know, grown since then, and grown into my own shoes. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that.
That's beautiful. I think there's a resilience there that we can all relate to, because I think all of us think we're prepared for life, and then we find out that we're not, and we just have to keep going, and life keeps throwing hard things, and we just have to keep going. So I think we can all relate to that. So you did him so beautifully. Steve, any thoughts on the Anduin journey so far?
Well, it's certainly a centerpiece of Shadowlands, this relationship between Anduin, Sylvanas, and how the jailer, his shadow, looms over that. It's been a lot of fun. The cinematic that you chose is it's definitely one of my favorite cinematics we've ever done. And Anduin is so great in that, because you look at what's going on in there. Sylvanas is holding the sword to him, but Anduin has all the power in that scene.
Right.
He's the one who's saying, he's putting it on her and backing her into the darkness where he's standing in that light. These are all very deliberate. That we've talked through this cinematic. Again, you know, I work on these with lots of different folks, but Taryn Gregory and Christy Golden and I worked very closely on this one in particular. And that was just that theme, that juxtaposition of power and who's got it in that scene was just so crucial and so fun. And you and Patty just delivered that so beautifully. It was amazing.
Well, I just love you all, and for all of you at home, I mean, I feel like you're all sitting here with your shoes off drinking tea with us, but all these actors, I mean, I feel like we have like about an hour today, and it's just not enough. I want more time, because there's so much to talk about, you know, our life stories, how they come to it, and the craft and all that. Maybe someday at BlizzCon, if we can all force them to give me a 5-hour panel or 8-hour panel, I think that would be great because I can feel it. There's just, I feel like a
sleepover. Yeah. There we go.
BlizzCon slumber party. BlizzCon slumber party.
Down.
Oh my God.
I've been living in pajamas all year.
Let's do it. A BlizzCon slumber party with like Snuggies and snacks would be great. Well, we've got a little bit of time left. What I want to do now is I want all of us to be, everybody's got cards with some of their lines on it. So I want you to go around. We're going to read your lines. And then we're going to be bananas, and we're going to switch cards and be so silly. So just read a couple lines to start, and then we're going to switch it up, and then we're going to give some words of love to everybody before we go, and then we're just going to peace out. Okay. All right. I don't know. Deborah, go.
Any line?
Any line. Just choose whatever you want to do. Couple, like 3 or 4 lines.
I am Draka, once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, protector of Maldraxxus. Step forward, mortal, and raise your rune blade. The House of the Chosen stands with you.
I just want Deborah to read. The rest of you I don't care about right now. It's going to be Deborah. Wonderful.
I'm really paying attention because I don't know if I have to play her next time.
Well, now you said it. Now you just said it. Now you just said it. Let's hear you. Let's hear lovely Sergeant Athreus.
It's funny how sassy he is. I
yes.
love him.
Restrain yourself, Ramonia. This is Revendreth. We do not butcher, we educate. How exhaustingly predictable. But then I suppose failure comes naturally to your kind. Defy Revendreth? I am Revendreth!
We get paid to do this. This is bananas. This is bananas.
You pay me to do this.
Sorry, I pay you to do this. I love it. I just never so lucky. Erlon, let's hear it.
Sure. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face, I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. For Ardenweald.
I love it so much.
Wow.
All right.
I will not become an instrument of death. Everyone suffers, Sylvanas, but destroying everything will not take away the pain. Do you expect me to believe that all this time, you've been fighting for justice? Look around you at what and who you've joined. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends? I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
God, I do this all day, all day. Wow. Oh my God.
Oh.
Wow. All right, Bonsamdi.
Hey, well, you say Ice Queen, it's been a long time. But this tree looking good. Yeah, I like what you done with the place. You better watch your tongue, little thing. Bonsamdi, the boss man now. Another day, another deal.
The best part is watching your faces because your faces change. Okay, give me your cards.
Oh,
I'm gonna mix them up. Give me your cards.
Sweet mother.
Give me your cards.
Oh, boy. What are you doing?
And we're gonna, give me your cards.
All I got is one side.
Give me your cards.
That's all I do.
Okay, you gotta do
I
it.
cannot do that actually.
What if I get the same one?
Okay, don't tell me if you pick the same one.
Can
Okay.
you just read
Here we
everyone
go.
else's
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
character?
I think that would be great. I think I'm
Don't tell anybody what you got. Okay.
Oh no!
All right.
I know who got Bonsamdi.
Do the other lines as Bonsamdi?
No, as the character you just heard.
Oh no.
Oh, you can do it either.
Oh, whatever, however you want to do it. I'll let actor's choice.
I get it.
Actor's choice.
You
All right.
fathers.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Who's ready? Actors?
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
Here's the character Anduin Rim, Warcraft, originated by Josh Keaton, but now it's played by me. I will not become an instrument of death.
That's pretty damn good.
Everyone suffers, Sylvanas, but destroying everything will not take away the pain. I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
Good
Ooh.
job. That was
Get
pretty
one
good.
on.
That was
Very good.
maybe Denathrius is a long lost brother. It kind of sounds.
You know, don't spoiler.
Oh, sorry. Who's ready next? Okay, Alex.
I am Draka. Once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus. But then, the House of the Chosen stands with you. For crickets, for Akari!
Yes.
All right, who is next? Josh.
I guess it's me. I got Sire Denathrius.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's hear it.
How fortunate you are to witness the splendor of what is about to unfold. Every precious drop of anima, so painstakingly wrung from the tortured souls of lesser beings, now paves the path for the banished one to reclaim what was his. Defy Revendreth. I am Revendreth.
Oh, good.
I think we should recast the whole game.
No.
Let's recast. Well, that means. Let's hear it.
I was so hoping I didn't
Let's hear what you got. Look, don't mess it up now, Max. You better be perfect.
What I love is that it's the way the accent is. It's written in for me.
I'm sure it's going to sound very authentic.
I can do this, right?
Okay,
This
yeah,
is okay to
totally.
do? Okay,
You totally.
One somebody got Austin's under Larry praising me. Without the jailer, you just be a poor forgotten error.
That's great, man. Okay, maybe we won't recast all of it.
That was great. We can make him a background troll. That's fine.
That's great.
Oh my God. I love just clap. I love you guys. Let's everybody at home. Let's clap for our actors. I love you guys.
Oh, did you go?
Oh my God! I got so excited by your Bonsomni. I got so excited.
Because that's how we should have ended it.
I'm so sorry, Deborah. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. My name is Deborah.
I know. Sorry, you
mean
are
Max.
Yeah.
I'm Max Middleman. Read this. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face, I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. I will hunt for you, my queen, for Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save.
Oh my God, that's the way we were supposed to end it.
Hey, guys, I just have to say real quick, I grew up watching Deborah on TV.
And she's
that is like such a huge honor for you to be doing my character in front of me. That blows my mind. Thank you.
Oh my God, that was perfect. You guys are amazing. This just shows the versatility as well. I mean, maybe you could work on the accent a little bit. Everybody else was amazing.
Yeah.
It's cool. I got to work on my dwarf.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Well, we are basically almost out of time. So what I want to do is close with just, a reminder to our fans. We'll go around quickly and just our parting words to all of us out there. You guys can start. Steve, I don't know who wants to start. I love you all. Alex, you ready to start? Just a parting farewell to our lovely tribe.
So grateful to be here. So grateful that you're here. And just remember, be good to you and be good to those around you. Everything else will come together.
Amen.
Beautifully said. Steve?
Thanks for being part of BlizzCon Line. Can't wait to be back with you in person again and share this magic, this energy. It will happen. Stay strong.
Yes.
Thank you for being with us on this panel. Thank you for playing Shadowlands and World of Warcraft. And when things seem the darkest, the light is always with you.
Oh my God.
I don't know much.
I will say, my grandma always told me, she had this phrase, this too shall pass. And I know that even in the darkest of times, we will get through it, we'll get through it together. It's easy to lose sight of what we do have, so stay grateful, and that's how we can pull through.
Yes, beautifully said.
Hang in there, you guys. Keep playing World of Warcraft. It's a great way to get through this. And especially thank you to Blizzard for letting me take home that wonderful piece of art. It's so kind of them to do that. So thank you, Blizzard. Really appreciate that.
I always love to say this to people, and I mean it when I say it every single time. There isn't a time when it doesn't mean something to me, so I really hope it means something to you. Be blessed, be well, be happy, be healthy, but most importantly, be you, because you are beautiful.
Oh, God, I love you guys. And I'm just going to say, I love you so much. Thank you for joining our World of Warcraft voice actor panel. We love you. We did it for you. And we're all going to be okay. Take care. Till next time. Be well. Bye. Bye.
Bye. It's like Zoom. Is it on mute?
So is it cut? Is there a cut?
And then it just ends.
No, is there, can we get like some?
No,
it's like a news broadcast. We have to talk to each
Yeah, oh
other.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's
But don't
Hold on.
I see. I totally.
Hands together.
And we're out.
안녕하세요, 마방입니다. 전 세계에서 시청 중인 블리자드 팬 여러분, 저희가 세계적인 블리즈컨의 무대에 이렇게 찾아뵙게 돼서 정말 영광입니다.
네, 저희가 블리즈컨에서 공연한다고 하니까 주변의 친구들이 너무너무 부러워하더라고요. 한국에서 블리자드의 인기는 정말 대단하다고 합니다.
네, 블리자드의 30주년 정말 축하드립니다. 앞으로 블리자드 게임할 땐 누구?
마마무!
예. 저희 음악과 함께 해주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 그럼 지금까지 아싸 마마무 마마무였습니다. 감사합니다.
All I wanna be is 멋진 내 맘대로 걸어 머리 어깨 무릎 다 힙해 Do it like me do it 나를 따라 해 Clap it clap it 모두 같이 해 I love you 네가 뭐라든 간에 Respect you 네가 뭘 하든 간에 She's crazy 늘 따끈따끈해 그 관심이 따끈따끈해 또 힐끔
이제 모두 내리가 폰을 배로해 성공을 썰어 먹어 마친 유수해 누구보다 빠른 걸음을 걸어내 시즌 잊은지도 오래야 네가
All I wanna be is 멋진 내 멋대로 걸어 머리 어깨 무릎 다
넌 아니든 no fashion 별로 신안 써 그저 action
자꾸 click me 혼인 듯이 Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 hip 머리 어깨 무릎 hip
어딜 가도 넌 Reflection 빛날 수 있어 세상에 넌 하나뿐인 걸 근데 왜 이래 네 얼굴에 침 뱉니
날 자극한 여러분 감사 거기서 뭐 지질이 반사 덕분에 나의 멘탈을 단단해 넌 더 물고 만들어 갈게
All you wanna be is trendy 얼굴 긁기 기믹 뺐지 그런 애들끼리끼리 hip 넌 아니든 no fashion 별로 신경 안 써 그저 action 자꾸 click me 혼인 듯이 do Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 hip 머리 어깨 무릎 hip 검은 티 삐져나오니 떡진 머리 난 상관없지 검은 티 삐져나오니 떡진 머리 내가 몇해
검은 티 삐져나온 팬티 떡진 머리 난 상관없지 검은 티 삐져나온 팬티 떡진 머리 내가 하면 넌 아니든 no fashion 별로 신경 안 써 그저 action 자꾸 click me 혼인 듯이 주 Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 hip put a hip